The small room was in complete silence. All you could hear was the clicking of a computer mouse. The lights are off, the monitor screen is on, a modern camera is placed on top of it, and video is being recorded. A young man with a headset on his head is streaming a computer game. His hero just found a weapons warehouse and took out a bat from it to defend himself from a zombie attack. He chose it because pistols do not have an endless magazine, and they also make a lot of noise and attract walkers. The streamer himself believed that if he ever found himself in the world of zombies, he would definitely choose a baseball bat as a weapon. Suddenly, the guy jumped up from his seat and did a straight handstand. They sent him a donation of 1,000 yen, but the chair could not withstand such joy. The guy fell to the floor. He hit his right elbow quite hard on the parquet floor, so it took the hero a couple of minutes to come to his senses. Immediately after this, he returned to the stream and asked his viewer if he liked his reaction to the donation. But the guy was too happy with the money he received, and did not notice that during this time he was killed in the game. He wasn't too worried because now he had a weapon, and before his death, the hero managed to save his progress. The game was just asking its user to confirm the restoration at the checkpoint. Our streamer named Go Jung-seo had one single viewer. He could chat with the hero and was just asking if he would be upset by such a small number of observers. Jung-seo smiled and asked his only viewer not to worry about such trifles. After all, while he watches his streams, the hero will lead them and record as much as necessary. The only one appreciated this answer and said that he would choose Jung-seo. The hero did not understand why he was being chosen, but still thanked his viewer with a smile on his face. Suddenly, even through his headphones, the guy heard some strange and loud noise on the street. He jumped up from his seat, pulled off his headphones, and listened. The guy thought he heard the sound of a strong explosion. He ran to the tightly curtained window and sharply tore the fabric to the side. The hero could not believe his eyes, because the picture that was happening on the other side of the glass was incredible. The entire huge city of Seoul was on fire. Buildings were burning everywhere. People's screams were heard everywhere. The hero looked down and saw that under the windows of his apartment the residents were running somewhere in panic. Jung-seo wanted to talk to his one, but noticed that the computer had turned off. He went to the system unit to see what happened to it. The guy realized that there was no electricity in the house, and was now wondering whether he should go outside. Still, he decided to go out for reconnaissance, quickly got ready and went downstairs. As soon as he stepped out of the entrance onto the street, Yeon-seo immediately noticed a girl running towards him. The guy extended his hand forward and tried to attract her attention and stop her. However, the girl only glanced at him briefly as she rushed past. She only became even more frightened, screamed, and ran away as far as possible. Yeon-seo looked after her and tried to understand what she was running from and why she screamed at the sight of him. Suddenly, strange messages began to appear in front of his face, in which someone laughed at him and called him a fool. These people were unhappy that Jung-seo was chosen as a player. The hero guessed that all these messages looked exactly like the chat window on the stream. He tried to touch the window with his hand, but his palm went right through, and the guy thought he was hallucinating. Messages in the chat constantly mimicked the words of the hero, and he realized that they heard him. The hero heard another person approaching behind him, but the sound was different. The guy slowly turned around and saw a very strange man who was somehow vaguely familiar to him. Immediately, jokes about flowers for the grave and wishes for an easy death poured into the chat window. Jung-seo couldn't believe that a real living dead man from zombie movies was standing in front of him. Before the guy had time to come to his senses, the man immediately rushed at him. Literally, at the last moment before the collision, the hero extended his leg forward and pushed the dead man away. The man fell to the ground with a crash, and Jung-seo turned around and began to run. The guy periodically looked around as he walked and checked the distance to the zombies. The man was not far behind him, and people in the chat continued to write jokes. The hero ran to his entrance and began frantically entering the code on the lock. He was very worried, but the door opened, allowing the hero to run inside. The guy hoped that he would now be safe, but he saw how the zombie continued to rush towards him. After that, there was a sound of impact and the glass door shattered. Fragments fell at the hero's feet. The guy covered his face from the cuts, but the zombie didn't care about them, but reached out to his victim despite the wounds. The man was already dead. He did not feel pain from the cuts. They did not delay him. With a cry of horror, Jung-seo rushed to run up the stairs, flight after flight. The guy hoped to get to the house. He instantly reached the 7th floor. But the zombie did not lag behind. He did not feel tired, unlike our hero. Jung Seo hoped to increase the distance between them as much as possible. Then a door appeared before his eyes that led to the exit to the roof of the building. The hero, without hesitation, hurried to her and began to frantically pull the handle. He pushed the door with all his might, but it still didn't want to open. The zombie was catching up, but then a message came in the chat in which the hero was advised to pull the door towards himself. Out of fear, the guy completely forgot about it, and only with the help of a hint he figured out how to do it. Jung Seo ran out onto the roof and immediately closed the door behind him, propping it up with his body. The hero thought that this would help him gain some time and tried to catch his breath after the run. Zombies seemed funny to him only when they were part of the game and not chasing him on his heels. Jung Seo decided that he should first deal with the guy on the stairs and then try to get to his room. First of all, he needed to find something that could be used as a weapon. Suddenly, the guy's intuition told him that there was someone behind him. It turned out to be an overweight man, covered with deep wounds. Yeonso instantly recognized him. Standing in front of him was another real zombie. Only now it was not a stranger from the street, but his landlord. The guy didn't even have time to recover from the previous dead man. Everything happened too quickly. The hero tried to run, but immediately tripped over something, which caused laughter in the group chat. Because of this oversight, the homeowner managed to knock the guy to the ground. Jung-seo resisted with all his might because he did not want to die at his hands. Suddenly, someone in the chat wrote about a supply chest standing next to them. Jung-seo was distracted by him and almost missed the dead man's new attack. The hero managed to dodge and then used the same technique that saved him on the street. He put his foot on the homeowner and pushed him away with force and then rushed towards the box. This gave him literally a few seconds of time because the dead man rushed to attack again. He had a huge advantage over living people in the form of absence of pain and unlimited strength. At the last moment, Jung-seo pulled himself together and pushed the man aside with his body. By inertia, he ran into the roof railing and leaned over it. This was enough for the man to fall down. The homeowner was falling to the ground, but there was not the slightest hint of fear of falling on his face. Jung-seo looked down at his former acquaintance, sweat dripping from his face. After that, the guy tiredly sat down on the ground and tried to come to his senses. And at this time, a whole crowd of new living dead was already breaking onto the roof. Jung-seo thought that someone was mocking him because now he had to confront 3 zombies at once. And invisible people in the group chat began to joke about this situation with renewed vigor. The hero took a couple of steps back, retreating from the door, and stumbled upon something. He looked around and noticed that he had bumped into the same chest that he had seen earlier. The guy instantly remembered that someone in the chat said that supplies were stored in it. A victorious smile appeared on the hero's face, and in the chat they were glad that the guy finally understood something. Jung-seo bent down and opened the chest. The entire roof suddenly filled with bright light. There was a baseball bat at the bottom, and in the chat people began to congratulate the hero on his first item. While Jung-seo was reading the messages, the door to the roof swung open and 3 zombies broke through to him. But now the hero was already armed and ready to take the fight. Someone in the chat wished him good luck. At that moment, Jung-seo remembered all the games about zombies that he had played through in his life. From that moment on, the guy decided to fight with all his might for his life as if he were a hero in the game. Yeonso rushed to attack the living dead running towards him. He swung with all his might and hit the man closest to him. But it turned out that the distance was too great and the bat went through the air. The hero waved his weapon from side to side in horror and shouted that no one would approach him. He struck randomly at everyone, causing hilarity in the chat. The guy realized that he couldn't swing the bat the way he would like. The hero leaned his weapon against one of the dead, and the other was already attacking him from behind. At the last moment, the guy looked back and noticed an attack from behind. He started to run, but tripped again, fell, and dropped the bat from his hands. The hero realized that he would not be able to separate the 3 zombies, and they were already approaching him closer and closer. Suddenly, Jung-seo got an idea and hit the bat hard on the floor, breaking it. The zombies were not going to wait but attacked the hero altogether. But this time they met decent resistance from the guy. He decided to attack everyone at once and impaled all the zombies on the sharp end of a broken bat. It went right through the throat of the first dead man and pierced the throats of the other 2. Jung-seo realized that his plan had worked, and now he had enough time to escape from the roof. First of all, he immediately rushed to his floor and ran into the apartment. The guy went to the closet and began looking for something there, accompanied by approving messages from the chat. The hero realized that his phone, like his computer, did not work properly. At that moment, Jung-seo realized that everything was much more serious than he had previously thought. The guy grabbed some things from home and said in the chat that he was heading to his parents' house. Someone expressed doubts that the hero would be able to get a car, but the guy triumphantly showed the keys to the vehicle. He got out into the street, where it was already getting dark, inserted the keys into the ignition and started the engine. The hero was riding his scooter, and someone in the chat noticed that before leaving he did something strange. Yonzo was infuriated by the fact that people in the chat were discussing everything as if it didn't concern them, and he was also worried about his parents. The fuel tank of the scooter was almost empty. The hero realized that he should hurry. At that moment, right in front of him, something jumped out with lightning speed and blocked his path. The hero slammed on the brakes and skidded on the road. He failed to control the vehicle and the scooter and driver overturned. Jong-seo was not seriously injured, but someone in the chat noticed that it was a huge tongue blocking the path. The hero was horrified that he had never seen a monster with such a huge tongue. He looked back and saw a huge brown and red hell frog behind him. The guy even froze in shock for a moment, because he absolutely did not expect to meet anyone else besides zombies. He realized that such a huge frog was a real monster. Someone in the chat told the guy to be careful with her because she is very dangerous. And the next moment, the frog hit the ground with its huge tongue. The hero managed to dodge and rushed to run as far as possible from the monster. He had to abandon the scooter. Now he will have to avoid direct routes because the monster's tongue is long and shoots forward with enormous force. Therefore, the hero decided to leave the main road and make his way through narrow alleys. This saved him from another tongue strike and gave him the opportunity to increase his chances of survival. The guy realized that the more often he turns, the greater the likelihood of escaping the monster's attacks. So he kept thinking that something in his backpack was supposed to help him. He had collected it in a hurry, just in case, and now he was trying to get it on the go. The hero expected that she would help him later and did not intend to use her so early. However, there were no options, so Jung-seo held a bottle of fuel and a rag wick in his hand. He stopped at a dead end and turned to face his pursuer. This time the frog itself jumped on the guy, but he managed to dodge and avoid the blow. Immediately after this, he brought the lighter that was held in his other hand and lit the fuse. It immediately caught fire, after which the guy swung and threw the bottle at the frog. The glass broke from the impact and the contents caught fire, causing damage to the monster. Jung-seo immediately reached into his backpack for another bottle of Molotov cocktail. He lit the fuse and threw it now into the face of the hellish frog. The guy was glad that he understood the weakness of this monster. This could help him deal with it. He took out the last bottle. He had to take a risk if he wanted to defeat this frog. The hero wanted to light the fuse and throw his weapon, but he waited for the moment. The frog pulled out its tongue again and hit the wall next to the guy. Yonzo immediately realized that he would not wait for a better moment to attack. The guy lit the last fuse and threw the bottle straight into the monster's mouth. After this, the hell frog began to writhe in agony, consumed by fire. Jong-seo was still ready to repel the beast's attacks, and the chat was already rejoicing at his victory. The guy stood for a while, watching the monster until he finally died. Suddenly, the mention of a certain game in the chat attracted the hero's attention. He had absolutely no intention of dying so stupidly in some unknown game. Then a window unexpectedly popped up about receiving a new achievement in the form of provocation and accumulation of a record. In the chat, everyone immediately rushed to congratulate the hero on receiving the first skill, and the main character realized that he was really in the game, so he immediately requested the skills window. A screen appeared in front of him, listing all his skills. They gave him a 10% increase in strength for each monster killed and an increase in his record. Jung-seo decided to put this headache aside for now and closed the skill window. First of all, the guy wanted to make sure that his parents were okay. His scooter was destroyed by one of the attacks of that giant toad, so he had to continue on foot. It was already quite late. Darkness was falling on the ground every minute. After some time, the hero reached his parents' house and was frozen in horror. Their house was partially destroyed. Someone in the chat joked about bitten-off cookies. Jung-seo rushed inside and screamed at the same time, trying to find his parents. He ran from room to room calling them, but no one answered him. Then the hero began to examine the most distant places. He hoped they might just be lying unconscious somewhere. But with every step, the guy became more and more convinced that they were not here. Someone in the chat suggested that they had already been eaten by monsters, which caused indignation among others. Jung-seo knew that his parents were recording everything and must have left some kind of trace. He began to run around the house again and look at all the records. There was nothing near the TV, and he didn't find anything important on the refrigerator either. There wasn't even anything worthwhile hanging among the papers on the notice board. The guy was already desperate when the idea came to him to check his room. He rushed upstairs and found a paper note on his old desk. The parents left with the soldiers from the 7.5 Division. They apologized for so little information. The guy read the note over and over again and couldn't quite believe it. He was amazed that his parents just packed up and left with the military. People in the chat calmly discussed how the hero's parents abandoned their son. However, the guy doubted the veracity of this note. He considered it strange. He knew his father. He would not have left first. There was something wrong with the note. Suddenly, a thought came to the hero that had eluded him before. After all, if this is a game, then the main task is to find a protagonist in it. The plot is written taking this into account. This means he needed to be patient. The key is clearly in the 7.5 Division. Jung-seo went to the cabinet and found some canned tuna for his trip. Viewers were amazed that the guy began to calmly collect supplies while his parents disappeared. The hero answered them that he had nothing more to do here. He needed to refresh himself and get ready to leave. The guy was calmly examining the kitchen when something in the house seemed strange to him. The hero was sure that there were no zombies in the building, but he was still wary. He carefully placed everything on the table and took the kitchen knife in his hands as a weapon. Jung-seo began to carefully walk through all the rooms again, trying to find the source of the disturbance. The guy was very scared, but he couldn't force himself to sit there any longer. Some incomprehensible sound was heard louder and louder. Yeonso headed towards its source. The guy realized that the sound was coming from somewhere outside the house and opened the window to look. Before he had time to come to his senses, someone's hand peeked out from the darkness. It was a zombie who immediately grabbed our hero's jacket with his fingers. Jung-seo did not expect such a sharp attack, but quickly came to his senses and pulled out his weapon. He hit the zombie's hand with the knife so that he unclenched his fingers and let go of his sleeve. Immediately after his release, the guy abruptly closed the window back. He pressed himself against the wall and tried to catch his breath when he suddenly noticed a message in front of him. Due to the zombie attack, his new taunt skill worked. Over the next 10 minutes, the hero's strength will increase depending on the number of monsters defeated. Jung-seo decided to take advantage of this opportunity, armed himself with a hammer, and went hunting. And during this time, zombies began to converge on his house and tried to break through. Jung-seo opened the front door and saw a dead man standing behind it. At that moment, there were just under 9 minutes left for the provocation skill to work. The hero hit the monster's head with his hammer as hard as he could over and over again. He had a completely crazy look, but his life was much more valuable than morality. After the first monster was killed, the guy closed the door for a break. Then he opened it again and began to attack the next monster that approached. Viewers in the chat enjoyed the show and joked non-stop. It had already been 5 minutes since the start of the provocation, and the zombies were still approaching the hero. He fought back with all his might, blood flying in all directions from his blows. The guy tried to let in and attack the monsters one by one without moving far from his shelter. So 8 minutes passed after the start of the provocation. Jung-seo was breathing heavily. He mentally apologized to his parents for the mess he made in front of their door. The skill told the hero that he had already defeated 7 monsters. There was still a whole minute of time left. The guy made the skill definitely very useful for himself. However, then I heard the sound again, coming from the kitchen this time, and went towards it. The hero was covered in someone else's blood, but now it didn't bother him much. The kitchen was dark, and there was still a can of canned tuna on the table. Suddenly, something caught the hero's attention. He bent down and looked under the table. There was a long-haired stranger sitting there who was terribly scared. Someone was holding a large frying pan in one hand and stirring its contents with the other. This same frightened, long-haired man was now standing at the stove and cooking. Jung-seo put a napkin on his collar, and with his daughter in his hand waited for food from the stranger. He addressed his viewer, calling him brother, although he did not know whether he had the right to call him that. The hero clarified that he fought a lot today and is dying of hunger, so he is ready to eat anything. The guy added that it's not easy to get rid of him, so he doesn't let down his vigilance. If this stranger threatens or gets in his way, the hammer always lies next to him. While Jung Seo was talking to his audience, the stranger had already placed a full plate of food in front of him. The hero did not have time to finish the last phrase, which is why the chat started making fun of him again. The man admitted to Jung Seo that although he is dressed like a courier, he works as a cook and cooks well. The hero admitted that he suffered greatly because of the zombies that the courier brought. After being discovered, the man fell to his knees and asked not to be kicked out in exchange for food. Jung Seo only allowed him to stay because he was too hungry. But then he needed information about that division, to which the man offered to go together. He heard that there was an evacuation point at the school next to them, where he could get information. The hero thought for a while he knew where this very elementary school was located. In addition, the man was the first living person he had met. He might not have been a game character. He could help him find information, so the hero agreed to go to school with Young Mingyu. He had just finished his portion, leaving an empty plate, and told his partner to get ready. Mingyu said that he came here on a bike but abandoned it when he was attacked. Yeonso remembered that he had a bicycle at his parents' house and offered to ride it. He stayed behind to pack some things while Mingyu went outside to investigate the situation. The hero put supplies and his hammer, which had helped him earlier, into an old sports bag. The guy was calmly walking around the house and collecting necessary things when he heard a noise. It was a very loud sound that definitely came from the street. Immediately behind him, the heart-rending scream of his new partner Mingyu was heard. Jung-seo immediately ran out into the street and froze, rooted to the spot in one place. The cook was grabbed by the hand of a huge monster and held above its open mouth. The poor man kept screaming and asking our hero for help. The monster was an order of magnitude stronger than zombies and frogs. It probably broke the house of the guy's parents. Yeonso wanted to help his new acquaintance, but the audience dissuaded him from doing so because the guy could no longer get out. They persuaded him to get away because if the hero tries to help, he might die himself. Yeonso was not a fool. He himself understood this very well, so he turned around and ran away. The guy ran around the house, climbed into his parents' garage, and rolled his bicycle out of it. The hero pedaled as hard as he could and realized that Mingyu was no longer screaming in the clutches of the monster. Jung Seo turned around to confirm his guess and noticed that the giant was watching him. Because of his desire to kill, our hero's skill in the form of provocation worked. While using it, the guy's powers increased, but even so, he understood that he could not win this fight. Jung Seo pedaled his bike as fast as possible, but the monster was still too fast. He gradually approached our hero closer and closer, making him nervous. Suddenly, ahead in the middle of the road, Jung Seo noticed a bike lying on the ground, abandoned by someone. It was painted red and yellow, exactly like the uniform of the recently deceased courier Mingyu. As we moved through the city, our hero was noticed by other zombies, and now the provocation was already working for 3 rivals. The audience guessed that the guy was planning to change his vehicle and doubted this idea. However, Yeonso remembered that the courier fell off the bike while it was moving, which means the keys must be in the lock. The guy ran up to the bike and picked it up from the ground, checked the engine, sat down straight, and rode away. He flew past several zombies at once, surprising his viewers. However, the giant monster still did not lag behind the hero. He needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible. The guy promised his observers that some monster would not get rid of him so easily. He even bet them on it, squeezed maximum speed out of his new bike, and focused on the road. The elementary school was a strong brick building with several floors with a high iron fence. A guy in a reflective vest asked everyone present to come into the school, because barricades would soon be put up. One man resisted and asked to wait for his friend Mingyu to return. The employee was sure that he was already dead and advised the man to forget about his friend. This earned him the wrath of the cook, with whom Mingyu had worked for quite a long time. But the boss put his hand on his subordinate's shoulder and said that their expectations would not change anything. They had just resigned themselves to the inevitable and were about to enter the school when they heard a bike approaching. It was the work vehicle of their friend Mingyu, with something tied to the back. All the people, both cooks and employees, stopped and looked at the guy who had arrived to them. They were familiar with this bike, but the person who rode it had never been their employee. The very man who asked to wait a little longer was especially surprised by his appearance. Now he was looking at the young dark-haired guy who had arrived on his friend's bike. All the people were especially struck by a strange something that was tied from behind with a rope to the seat and was dragging along the ground. Some of those gathered even suggested that it could be a wrapped corpse. Jongseo turned back and looked at what had attracted the attention of all these people. It was the finger of the huge monster that was chasing him a little earlier, from whose hands Mingyu died, that was tied. The hero got off the bike and headed towards the entrance to the school, but one of the men stopped him on the way. He knew Mingyu, recognized his bike, so Jongseo confronted the man about the death of his friend. The guy didn't have time to explain everything in detail. He wanted to find the head of this company as soon as possible. The hero addressed this question to precisely the person who had previously directed everyone inside the building. The employee hesitated because he didn't know who this guy was and why he needed their boss. But the head of the transport security department came out to him and introduced himself as Lee Seo-jung. The man noticed that their boss was also somewhere here, but now he was in charge. He asked the hero to introduce himself and asked if this finger belonged to that huge monster. The boss added that it was because of him that several of his colleagues died a little earlier. Therefore, he was surprised by the appearance of the finger and clarified what happened to the monster itself. Jongseo introduced himself, then smiled bloodthirstily and said that he had dealt with the monster. None of those gathered could believe that an ordinary guy could single-handedly deal with such a giant. Yonzo sped up the bike and invited his viewers to make a small bet with him. The monster was still hot on the guy's heels, but the observers became interested in the guy's proposal. They were interested in what the hero could put at stake in this very bet. Jongseo just smiled and said that he had already put his own life on the line, and the giant monster behind him continued to catch up, destroying everything in its path. The monster didn't care about pain or obstacles, he just went ahead. At the same time, he did not take his eyes off the guy he had been pursuing for some time. He was so huge that even the asphalt broke under his massive feet. Yonzo watched the monster for a while and noticed that it was stupidly following him on his heels. The hero asked his audience to do him a favor if he won, no matter what he asked. In the chat, they began to doubt his proposal, because they didn't get anything from it anyway. However, there were those who would be happy to just have fun with this guy, because he will either live or die. After this, more and more spectators began to be inclined to make a bet. After their final agreement, Jongseo smiled triumphantly to himself. The guy released the gas and began to rapidly pick up speed, which had already exceeded 100 kilometers per hour. Ahead of him was the entrance to the tunnel, and the hero intended to drive there at maximum speed. The giant monster did not follow the road, but mindlessly pursued our guy even at the entrance to the tunnel. Jongseo stopped by and reminded his viewers that they would have to keep their promise. The monster still continued to run at incredible speed, not noticing the approaching obstacle. A second, and now he crashed his head with all his might into the concrete fence. By inertia, his head flew off in the opposite direction, and the monster began to fall back. This is how the hero managed to defeat the monster and now find himself in front of the entrance to the elementary school. He asked his boss for permission to talk about his victory a little later. The man intended to first check the guy for the presence of infection in his body. But people around asked to quickly let in the hero who had defeated a huge monster. The chief did not resist the people's requests and sent the guy into the tent for inspection. Yonzo underwent an external examination, and in the chat they started looking for excuses and saying that the monster died because of running, and not because of the guy. After the check, the hero put his clothes back on and intended to go into the school building, but he was called out. It was the same restaurant worker who stopped the guy and asked him about Mingyu's death. The hero immediately turned to the man and confirmed his words spoken earlier. The man admitted that he was the owner of the Chinese restaurant where the deceased worked. Jongseo explained that they were supposed to come together, but Mingyu died because of that huge monster. He took the man by the hand and assured him that he had not stolen his friend's bike. He added that the last mapo tofu that Mingyu made for him was wonderful and he will never forget it. The restaurant owner was ready to cry from such touching words about his late employee. And in the chat at that time, they laughed and remembered that, in fact, Jongseo threatened the guy while he was eating his food. After the end of the conversation, the hero turned around and headed towards the entrance of the elementary school. He walked to the wide doors, opened them wide, and raised his foot, ready to enter. As soon as he touched the floor inside the building, a system alert immediately appeared congratulating him on completing the training. From this point on, the hero could increase his chances of survival using the stat window. He was afraid because everything he had experienced earlier turned out to be just training in a game. In the chat, everyone also began to congratulate the guy on his completion of the starting point. And Jongzo quickly headed to one of the distant, empty classrooms of the elementary school. He opened the door to the room and told his sole spectator that he wanted to talk to him alone. In the chat, they didn't immediately understand which one the guy was addressing. The hero recalled that he agreed to fulfill his request if he defeated the huge monster. The guy sat down more comfortably on his desk and asked if it was time to explain something to him. In the chat, they were surprised that the one simply added the guy to the game and did not explain anything to him. They thought the guy was just stupid or was faking it all this time, but he survived only thanks to his streamer instincts. Everyone was delighted with this, but they said that if the playing field was cleared, the whole world would be rebuilt according to the wishes of the winner. The only one confirmed the messages above, but added that this is not what the guy should worry about now. It was indeed a game, but Jongzio was the only player in it. He is chosen as the protagonist and is the only one who can communicate with the audience. No one except him knows the truth about this world. All the people around are basically just extras. But if the hero does not complete the game, then the world will remain as it is now. Jongzio took a nervous breath and asked who his big brother really was. He even suggested that he himself had become something like God in this world. The guy looked around and fixed his gaze on the mirror that hung on the wall to his right. He looked at his own reflection in him, sitting on a desk in a dark room. He wondered, in all the games he played, whether the characters asked themselves this. The only one admitted that he liked the hero because he was so illogical. Jongzio rubbed his neck and admitted that the viewers assigned the unemployed guy a rather difficult job. However, then the heroes remembered that he could now use the information window. After calling him, the guy learned that the chief of police at the elementary school needed protection. If the chief dies during the crisis that night, the city's security will plummet. The hero went outside and came closer to the school gate to look at what was happening. He watched as grown men used huge slabs to strengthen the fence. Some people carried boxes of food and asked the employees where they could put them. But many of them were just old people or people with small children who did nothing. Transport Security Department employees coordinated the actions of all people. Jongzio was surprised that the police chief could be in danger in such a huge crowd. At this moment, one of the employees asked everyone gathered to come to him to receive food. After that, he called out to our hero and asked him to come to him. The man noticed that the food was not in the direction where the young guy was now heading. The hero replied that he was simply not hungry, but another employee blocked his way into the building. Jongzio looked at the man and said that he needed to talk to the police chief. The employee was clearly frightened by these words and clarified once again who the guy was going to. The hero was surprised by the man's reaction, but he refused to comment on it. Jongzio realized that something was happening in the main building. Everything looked suspicious. The hero promised his help and asked to contact the head of the Transport Security Department. The man stepped aside a little and radioed his boss. The boss asked the guy to check if he came here to defeat the monsters. The employee noted that they really needed capable people, but there was one catch. The chief of police had still not returned from his round, so they organized a search for him. This was a big problem, so the hero asked why they didn't start looking for him earlier. The employee replied that right now they were too busy rescuing those who managed to get out. Jongzio first asked for permission to inspect the place where the police chief was. He also asked not to hide anything from him because from now on they will have to work together. The guy came close to the employee, looked him in the eyes and said that every second counts. Since they are searching together, he will need all the information. The man agreed with this, after which he brought the guy straight to the temporary police office. It turned out to be a fairly spacious office of the elementary school principal, which was now empty. The hero turned to his viewers and asked them to look for clues with him. On a white magnetic board, there was a map and various photographs of the area with marks. On the police chief's wooden desk itself lay the same printed map of the area with one single circle marked. The hero came closer to the table and took a closer look at the mark. It was a clue. He roughly understood where the designated place was. It was not far from here. Suddenly, the hero heard someone approach the closed office of the police chief and stop near the door. The guy looked back at the approaching man and asked who was standing there and why didn't come in. It was a man who heard that Jongzio was looking for the chief of police. He warned the guy that he was going to come in, after which the door to the office swung open. The hero was surprised by the appearance of this particular man in the doorway. The cop heard that the guy could get rid of a couple of strong guys, meaning monsters. To begin with, he extended his hand and introduced himself as a police inspector named Jin Kencho. The hero introduced himself in response and was surprised at how strong the policeman's handshake was. The man literally crushed his hand as if he was trying to say something. Without letting go of his hand, he looked the guy in the eyes and asked if he had found anything. At the same time, he still continued to squeeze the hero's palm so hard that even the audience was indignant. At the same time, the man's face expressed absolutely no emotion, which was frightening. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard from the corridor, which attracted the attention of our hero, Jung Seo. He ran out of the office and asked the patrol policeman why he was shouting. This was caused by the fact that, out of nowhere, infected monsters made their way onto the school grounds. They began to attack the still living and healthy people who were in the yard. The first victim was a middle-aged woman, whose daughter had to leave her mother and escape. Even police officers were infected, which instilled even more fear in people. The hero did not at all expect that a zombie would appear in such a huge crowd. Viewers in the chat immediately began to laugh at the guy's luck, and he himself reached for his weapon. The hero ran the other way around, to the center of the crowd, hoping to help someone else. Some patrolmen took out their pistols and began to threaten the dead with them. Yonzo advised the guys to use something like batons instead of weapons, so as not to harm healthy people. The patrolman didn't hear him, so the guy shouted it to them again, only louder. The owner of a Chinese restaurant, holding a frying pan in his hands, came to our hero's aid. His former cook tried to stop the man because it was very dangerous. However, the restaurant owner was already using his frying pan at full speed because zombies had killed his friend. The hero looked at such a desperate struggle of ordinary people around him. This gave him more strength to fight the monsters that surrounded them. The guy artificially used his hammer as a lethal weapon. The restaurant owner noticed that the guy was just hitting the monsters, but not killing them. He assumed he was trying to make the most of his time. Therefore, I decided to help the guy and finish off those monsters that he had already crippled. The patrolmen also did not stand idle. They fought the zombies with their rubber batons. Our main character of the game skillfully used his iron hammer to fight. All people fought together, united in front of one common problem. Meanwhile, near the barricade, some people tried to get out of the elementary school. Jungso heard them say that the infected were found already inside. These words made the guy think that the zombies had not broken through from outside. All people were checked at the entrance, which means someone deliberately let the zombies in. Now he was sure that there was at least one crazy policeman in this school. The guy asked his viewers if he really just needed to find the chief of police. He turned to the owner of the restaurant and asked him to monitor the behavior of the police. He also warned the man under no circumstances to join the search group that is looking for the boss. He said that he only says and does all this to thank Mingyu for helping him. He asked the man to follow his instructions if he wanted to survive, and he headed out. One of the police noticed his escape and asked where exactly our hero was going. The temporary boss blocked the hero's path and asked him not to leave the elementary school. However, Jung Seo pushed his hand away and told him to better pay attention to what was happening inside. Inspector Jean was clearly unhappy that our hero managed to go beyond the fence, and our guy meanwhile headed to his bike parked nearby. He told his viewers that he was not running away because he was not needed on the school grounds. In fact, he was currently heading to the place that was highlighted on the map in the temporary office. The guy had to drive at high speed for quite a long time. He then parked, turned on the high beams on his bike, and headed into the woods. Directly in front of him was a small construction booth, which now seemed uninhabited. It was all made of metal profiles, and there were strong bars on the windows. The heroes looked inside the construction booth and noticed that it was now empty. He then jumped and looked at the tracks left by someone on the ground. One of the spectators asked the guy why he was only looking at the ground. Was he really looking for coins? The hero remembered something and decided to ask in the chat why he no longer found the supply box. Viewers responded that they always thought the hero hated supply boxes. They also added that they buy such boxes, so the guy needed money. They just reminded him of 1 yen, which the hero received and spent on opening the first box. Jong Seo didn't understand what they were talking about, so viewers asked the guy to scroll to the very beginning of the chat. The hero obediently opened the chat window and began scrolling through it to the very top. After some time, he noticed one small button on which there was an image of currency. The guy clicked on it and the same message appeared in front of him stating that the sponsor chat was disabled. The hero turned it on, after which small donations from various people immediately poured in. The guy literally fell to his knees and was horrified by how much money he could have gotten in all this time. After some time, our hero came to his senses after such a loss and went further in search of the chief of police. He opened the door and entered the construction booth, and in the chat at that time they laughed at his reaction. Although he tried to tell his viewers that he held no grudge against them, he was upset. The guy noticed that from the very beginning they didn't explain anything to him at all, which meant they could still be hiding something else from him. Before he had time to really look around inside the house, a zombie woman crashed into the glass outside. The guy immediately screamed in fear and activated his provocation skill for the next 10 minutes. He was still screaming in fear and did not understand where the zombies, which had not been there until recently, had come from here. The hero guessed that those footprints on the ground belonged not to the kidnapper but to the dead man. Because of his skills, all the zombies in the area flocked to him, as if someone was calling them. However, the guy was not going to give up. He pushed the nearest zombie outside the house. Now, thanks to his skill, he knew that at least 8 dead were hunting him. The hero quickly took out his favorite hammer and immediately began to fight off the monsters. He knocked out the woman closest to him with one blow, then punched the bald man in the cheek. Someone from the audience chat decided to help the hero and warned about the danger from behind. Thanks to this guy, he managed to dodge the attack and avoid death. Now he was hunted by 14 zombies, but the growth of his physical abilities increased by 240%. Jong-so was surrounded by the dead on all sides. He had to fight back fiercely. Suddenly, the guy heard the roar of a motor and a bright light appeared in the middle of the forest. A jeep came out from behind the trees and knocked down several zombies at once. Many of them were killed with one blow. Others simply flew away wounded. The hero was sure that that crazy policeman from elementary school had come to his aid. However, the guy can't look at the driver's face normally because the headlights are too bright. But it didn't matter, because our hero's intuition did not let him down this time either. While driving, I was surprised that this kid with his frail body had dealt with so many monsters. From the very beginning, he was sure that such a number of zombies would be too much for him. The man bit his lip in rage because initially he was counting on a completely different outcome. He decided to finish this guy off in one blow, so he slammed on the gas. Jong-seo noticed that the car had started moving and was heading straight towards him at high speed. The man behind the wheel turned out to be even crazier than our hero initially expected. He intended to ram the guy in his jeep and send him to the next world. The man drove back and only now noticed that he had hit not a healthy person, but one of the zombies. He realized that he was mistaken, so he began to turn his head and look for his opponent. But our hero was the first to find him and started knocking on the driver's side window. The guy looked at the policeman with a crazy look and demanded to open the window for him. The man was frightened by the vitality and persistence of this strange guy. And at this time, the hero decided not to waste time and broke the glass with his elbow with one blow. The guy stuck his hand into the car and tried to open the door from the inside. However, the policeman continued to mark himself and tried to shoot at our hero. At the same time, he pressed the gas pedal to the floor and drove a little forward. With this, he accidentally helped Jong-so because he managed to shoot down several zombies that came too close to the car. The man was going to leave the scene as quickly as possible so that the remaining zombies could finish off the guy. However, he noticed in the rearview mirror that our hero was still chasing him at a run. The policeman was amazed that an ordinary person could run at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. In fact, our hero was helped in this by his provocation skill, which increased his physical abilities. Inspector Jean was also not going to give up. The man intended to finish what he started. He saw several cargo containers in front of him and intended to use them. The car drove straight between several containers and stopped. Our hero also froze in place, awaiting the further actions of his opponent. In fact, the inspector had a backup plan prepared. He opened the glove compartment, took out the remote control, and pressed the start button. Immediately after this, the doors of the containers were boiled and zombies got out of them. There were many more of them here than Jong-seo had seen in all the time that had passed. The Chargers joked about the guy because they had tricked him, set a trap for him, and he got caught. There were only 2.5 minutes left before the end of the taunt skill, and there were more than 40 zombies. The inspector was glad that his plan worked, and now he could say goodbye to this annoying guy. He started his car again and drove away from the scene laughing. The growth of our hero's physical abilities exceeded 500%, so he was confident in himself. The guy even promised his viewers that he would defeat all the remaining zombies in 2 minutes. Immediately after this, the heroes grabbed their hammer tighter and began to attack everyone. He dealt strong and fast blows to the dead men around him. This time he decided not to waste time on trifles, to try to kill everyone with one blow. In addition to his beloved hammer, the guy also used his body as a weapon. His physical abilities increased with each zombie he killed. Therefore now his entire body was as strong and powerful as a hammer. Jongso was able to deal with the dead quite quickly without any problems. However, even so, the guy understood that there were too many zombies around. But the time for using his provocation skill, on the contrary, was coming to an end. Through the crowd of the living dead, the hero noticed Inspector Jean leaving. He decided for himself that he would deal with him first. Therefore, the hero pushed the zombies in different directions and rushed to catch up with the car. Meanwhile, in the car, the crazy policeman was happy that he managed to undress the guy. He told someone on the radio that they urgently needed to transport the chief of police of the original school. However, the man did not have time to finish speaking when the main character grabbed him by the shirt through the window. The inspector immediately extended his right hand to the holster and wanted to take out his pistol. However, he did not have time to do this because Jong-seo was the first to intercept his hand. The inspector then decided to use his left hand and reached for another weapon. However, failure awaited him here too, because the same thing befell her. Now our hero squeezed both hands of the crazy policeman with his palms with enormous force. Thanks to his increased physical abilities, he instantly broke them. The guy opened the door and with all his strength pushed the man into the next seat, after which he himself climbed inside the car and sat in the driver's seat. From a strong blow, Inspector Jean immediately lost consciousness and fell against the glass. The guy pulled handcuffs out of the glove compartment, and the audience promised to give him money if he put them on himself. The guy did not take the proposals of his observers seriously and simply laughed it off in response. He looked back and noticed that a crowd of zombies was already approaching the car from behind. The hero quickly handcuffed the inspector to the roof handle and slammed the door. First of all, he decided to get out of this forest and get away from the zombies. However, this did not stop him from knocking down all the dead people who came across his path. The guy realized that he would still get experience for this, so he was happy with his guess. He remembered that the information at the very beginning said that the police chief was in the elementary school building. He just took this information the wrong way. In fact, he didn't need to come here at all. That is why the hero was now heading back to school, but something on the road caught his attention. It turned out to be a teddy bear who was crossing the road by himself. The guy, who had never encountered anything like this before, screamed in horror. He didn't have time to brake and accidentally hit the teddy bear. The toy flew a little forward and fell headlong on the ground in front of the car. Jong-seo even asked his viewers if he really just saw a walking stuffed animal. But then this bear with a bandana around his neck suddenly rose from the ground and stood up straight. A plush toy in the shape of a bear simply stood in front of the car in which our hero was. He had a fancy sign on his head, a purple bandana hanging around his neck, and his eyes were beady. Yonzo sat silently and looked with his mouth open at this miracle that crawled out of the forest. But this confusion did not last very long. The bear turned around and ran somewhere. The hero even asked his viewers what kind of monster this was, but they did not answer that it was just a toy. It is different from normal monsters and shows where the supply boxes are. By this point, Inspector Jean began to slowly come to his senses and hummed. Jong-seo still wanted to follow the bear and check the forest for the chest. Therefore, the hero invited his viewers to politely ask the policeman in the car, or send him to sleep with the help of a stun gun, which was lying right there in the glove compartment. Everyone voted for the first option, but the hero ignored this and declared the second one the winner. Everyone had fun, despite the fact that the voting results were clearly falsified. After being hit with a stun gun, Jong-seo got out of the car and went in search of the toy. The bear just didn't have time to run far, as if he was waiting for the hero to follow him. He led the guy to his second supply crate of the game. This chest already cost 5 yen, but there was a shield emblem on it. It was unlikely that a weapon would be expected there. The hero did not dare to spend his money and open this chest for a long time. Even the spectators were already urging him. Finally, after much deliberation, Jong-seo made up his mind and opened a new box of supplies. Inside was a small, standard red flashlight. It shone well, but the guy absolutely did not understand how such an object could help him protect himself. He considered it a waste of money, but he put the flashlight in his pocket and hurried back to the car. The guy wanted to get back to elementary school as quickly as possible. He was worried about his new acquaintance, the owner of a Chinese restaurant. And not in vain, because the zombies that somehow broke through killed quite a lot of people and caused a lot of damage. The employees argued among themselves whose fault it was, but the boss interrupted them. He ordered them to worry less about what happened and focus on helping the remaining civilians. He had already managed to calm his employees down when one of them caught his attention. The boss was clearly not happy about being distracted in front of his subordinates. However, the patrolman told him that Inspector Jin had called and asked to move the police chief to another location. The chief was very annoyed by this turn of events, and all because of that guy who fought monsters. He remembered his first appearance and realized that even then he seemed suspicious to him. The chief ordered the patrolman to tell Inspector Jin that he would take care of the chief himself. He added that the three of them are in the same boat and they need to help each other. This conversation was overheard by the restaurant owner, whom Zhang Zhao asked to keep an eye on the police. The man guessed that something was going on here and wanted to convey the information to his friend as soon as possible. He waited until the patrolman and the department chief had dispersed and rushed in search of our hero. Suddenly, one of the traffic police officers noticed a jeep with broken glass standing nearby. It was very similar to the one their colleague Jin had taken recently, but he shouldn't have returned so early. The patrolman came closer to the car and noticed that their inspector was beaten and handcuffed inside. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner was running around looking for Yonzo. He wanted to quickly tell his friend about the conspiracy that the three policemen had hatched. The man did not know where exactly the guy had gone, so he searched the most likely places of his location. The gentleman was running up the stairs when suddenly a hand stuck out from around the corner right in front of his nose. He was scared at first, but then came to his senses and realized that this was exactly the one he was looking for. The guy managed to wash the blood from his clothes and hung them up to dry, while he grabbed the first one he came across. He asked the restaurant owner why he ran so quickly. The man grabbed the hero by the shoulders, began to shake and scream that he knew everything in advance. The police chief and department head Lee Seo-jun were in the basement, and one of the main building's guards was also involved. Jung-so was amazed at this turn of events because they had been right under his nose all this time. The hero sent his acquaintance to the others, and he himself quietly went down to the basement and watched what was happening. Inside, the chief stood opposite a man tied to a chair and punched him. The chief still had the strength to raise his head, but then the policeman pulled out a stun gun. One of the spectators asked our hero in the chat whether he would lose consciousness if he was hit with such a weapon. He promised to donate 1 price to the player if he flew into the room feet first right now. The guy didn't need even a second to think. He immediately opened the door and rushed into the room. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that the boss didn't even have time to do anything. Yonzo flew into the room feet first and sent the boss flying with words of gratitude to his viewers. After this maneuver, the guy fell to the floor, but the observer with the nickname Exhausted actually donated 1 price to him. The boss also suffered quite badly from such an unexpected and strong blow. He hit his back against the cabinet. The man was not going to stand on ceremony with the guy and immediately reached for his pistol without any warning. However, he didn't have time to use it because Jung-seo flew up to him and blocked his hand. The guy now possessed serious strength thanks to his special skill of raising the level of physical abilities. He blocked the boss's hands and dealt him a crushing blow with his knee right in the jaw. The blow cut the officer's lip, knocked out a tooth, and knocked him off balance. Then the hero tried to snatch the gun from the villain's hand so that he could not use it. All this time, they fought in a poorly lit, damp room, which was located in the basement of the school. The chief tried to shoot at his opponent, but he couldn't hit the guy from this position. While he was shooting in the air, the cartridges had run out and now the pistol was useless. This made our hero incredibly happy because now he could fight more freely. He punched the boss in the face with all his might for the death of his friend Ming-yu. The next blow was dedicated to the chief of police, who was kept locked up and tortured. And another was because the hero himself had to fight zombies in the forest and risk his life because of their conspiracy. At this time, the police chief, still tied to the chair, came to his senses and hummed quietly. The hero leaned over to the beaten and defeated boss and demanded from him the keys to the handcuffs. The man pretended to give up and reached behind his back with his right hand, supposedly for the keys. In fact, he intended to quietly grab his stun gun lying nearby and attack the guy. But Jong-seo immediately saw through him and hit him first with his stun gun, which he took from Inspector Jin. At the same time, true enjoyment of the situation happening around him was written on his face. The guy hit the boss several more times with a stun gun and asked him to say hi to employee Jean. But the hero remembered that in addition to the chief, there was another patrolman who was in cahoots with them. Jong-seo took the inspector's pistol out of his pocket and announced to the audience that he was starting the final cleanup. He stood up and slowly walked away from the boss, who was still shaking after being hit with a stun gun. He silently stood near the doorway, extended his hand with the pistol forward, and hid. A corrupt patrolman ran into the room at the sounds of a fight and shots, but didn't even have time to do anything. As soon as he appeared in the field of view of our hero and stepped into the basement, a bullet hit him squarely in the head. Jong-seo didn't even blink an eyelid as he shot his opponent point blank, impressing the audience. The corrupt guard of the main building fell to the concrete floor right at his feet, blood flowing from his head. The spectators then rushed to donate prices to the player, and he stood with his arms outstretched to the sides and accepted congratulations. The chief recovered and was amazed that the guy had the audacity to kill a policeman. However, by this he attracted the attention of the hero, who was already heading towards him and intended to complete what he had started. He even asked the chief if he had any objections to being shot. If he asked to wait, it meant that the guy would be in a hurry on the contrary. The hero even generously gave the boss a choice in which part of the body he wanted to receive his first bullet. He was offered an arm, a leg, and even a chest polygamy options. However, the hero found the most interesting thing to be a direct shot to the head, so he put the muzzle of the gun directly to the boss's forehead. He tried to shoot the hero many times, and now he himself was afraid of one shot. One of the spectators donated 1 yen to the player, which made him indescribably delighted. The strange expression of pleasure on the guy's face and his chatting with invisible people scared the boss even more. An adult man could not stand the tension and wet himself in his pants out of fear. Immediately after this, Jong-seo put the gun in his right pocket and expressed contempt for the man sitting in front of him. On the street in the yard of the elementary school at that time, the owner of the restaurant was telling what he had overheard to other people. They all suddenly fell silent and turned around, because the hero suddenly walked out of the building with the missing police chief in hand. The man was severely wounded and exhausted. He was bleeding but was still able to move. Yeon-seo handed the boss over to his subordinates and sent them to the basement to fetch the criminals. He stepped aside and looked at how the man he had saved was in good hands. The guy felt satisfied with the completed mission and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the night sky and asked the system to display a window of information for him. A message immediately appeared before his eyes, saying that staying in one place for a long time was dangerous. A new day had arrived. The sun rose high, there was not a cloud in the sky, and calm reigned in the school. Our hero lay in the local lounge on a small futon and enjoyed the silence. He was amazed that in just one day his life had become so comfortable. Everyone treated him well. Viewers even suggested that the player settle in this school, but he only called up the information window again. It still warned that staying in one place for too long could be dangerous, but without an exact time frame, so viewers advised the guy to look for signs and get out right away. They were not going to say anything more. They believed that they had already given all the clues. Jong-seo understood that the audience was helpful, but he couldn't rely on them completely. The guy got up, put all his things in a backpack, and headed towards the parked car. The police chief called out to him because he didn't want the hero to leave so soon. He didn't mind, but he would like to give the guy some supplies for the trip. This was his way of thanking the hero for his salvation from the hands of the conspirators a few days earlier. Jong-seo was indeed amazed at that time that the chief decided to simply expel the criminals from the camp. This seemed abnormal to him because we were talking about traitors who tried to kill a man, but he found it difficult to kill them in front of people who considered them allies. In this case, Jong-seo smiled bloodthirstily and asked to be given the opportunity to do something. The boss was surprised by his request and asked him to tell him more about it. The hero was driving the car. Mr. Lee was sitting in the front passenger seat and looked back all the time. He watched as the surviving traitors ran behind the car, tied to it with ropes. And even though the car was not moving so fast, only a little more than 20 kilometers per hour, people still asked to stop. But this was impossible, because zombies were hot on their heels. The dead grabbed the two traitors with their teeth and hands, and the spectators donated prices for such a spectacle. Jong Seo suggested accelerating a little and pressed the gas pedal, accelerating to 60 kilometers per hour. The car rushed forward, and after a while it suddenly braked in the middle of the road. The guy looked out the window and saw that the ropes with which the traitors were tied had broken. He joked about the men's misfortune while they were on their way to exile. The chief of police recalled this day and once again thanked the hero for his help in everything. Jong Seo replied that he would like to leave and asked that supplies be prepared for his journey in advance. The boss even promised to fix his car and only asked him to say goodbye to everyone before leaving. Sometime later, Jong Seo was sitting alone in his car at night, playing with his new flashlight. The guy tried various combinations but still did not understand what this item was for. The audience promised that the hero would definitely find a use for him sooner or later. The guy was quite tired lately, so he intended to rest a little. He felt relatively safe in the locked car, so he closed his eyes. But after a while, the hero sharply opened them due to an annoying, ominous premonition. He didn't know how long he had slept, but now he was enveloped in piercing cold air. The hero even thought at first that it was because of the air conditioner, but it was turned off. In this case, this could be the same sign. The guy noticed a strange figure in the rearview mirror. This creature looked like a living human skeleton, dressed in a torn robe from head to toe. The creature was barefoot and literally hung in the air. The audience was glad to see it. Just by the sight of him, our player Yeonso was truly horrified. His blood froze in his veins. The guy shook off his daze, grabbed the gearbox and started the engine. He took off abruptly, hoping to escape from being pursued by the monster. The hero was scared to death, but his reaction only amused all his viewers in the chat. At high speed, Jong Seo rushed past the school gates, almost hitting the patrolman. He was worried that he had not kept his promise and left without saying goodbye. The guy asked his viewers to warn him about this, but they replied that they could be kicked out of the chat for spoilers. The hero constantly looked back and hoped that he had managed to avoid danger. There was no one behind the car. Jong Seo thought it was because of the distance. However, the real truth was that the skeleton was already near his seat on the left. The guy realized that he could teleport only when the glass near his head shattered into small fragments. His face was cut, but it still couldn't stop our player. He had gone through a huge number of horror games, so now he was as brave as he could. One of the spectators advised him to move away from the creature and then it would stop chasing the guy. Suddenly, a skeleton in a robe appeared right in front of the hood of the hero's car and took him by surprise. Because of this, the hero lost control and crashed into a pole at full speed. The impact was so strong that the car's airbag even deployed. The guy couldn't call himself to lose consciousness because he was still being hunted by a skeleton in a robe. Yeonso opened the door and climbed out of the crumpled car onto the deserted road. He pulled the pistol out of his pocket and began shooting straight at the creature that was chasing him. However, this did not work and the hero had to turn around again and flee. Yeonso ran into the first building he came across, hoping that at least there he would be able to escape persecution. However, this did not help. It only gave the guy a couple of extra seconds to catch his breath after a long chase. Just a few moments later, the robed skeleton reappeared opposite our hero in this narrow corridor. He opened his mouth and made an indescribable sound that instantly made you shiver. However, it turned out that the hero was just waiting for this moment, illuminating the monster with his lantern from the chest. Under its light, the skeleton's body took on flesh and became tangible. The guy was incredibly happy that he had not spent 5 yen on a box of supplies in vain. Under the light of a flashlight, bullets from a pistol could really harm the monster. Now that the hero knew how to win, he began to feel a little more confident. A viewer under the nickname Advisor donated 1 price as a condolence, which angered Jong Seo. The guy ran out of the building and was going to get as far away as possible while he had time. But he suddenly fell because he didn't notice the bicycle and tripped over it. One of the spectators took pity on the player and prompted him to urgently pick up his flashlight. This was just in time, because the skeleton was already ready to tear the hero apart. The flashlight allowed Jong Seo to jump to his feet and race away from the creature. He continued to shine the light on the skeleton and tried to shoot back as he went. The guy turned out to be accurate, so all the paths hit the head and neck of the skeletal monster. However, something confused the hero in this situation. He even stopped in place. The guy could not understand why the creature simply froze in place and no longer pursued him. He remembered what the audience had told him about the area and looked down at his feet. He was right and noticed that the skeleton could not cross the border that ran right between them. This realization gave our player confidence. He immediately realized that he was now safe, at least from this skeleton, because there was no way he could cross the border of his territory. Jungso announced that the creature had taken the last step in his life and threw forward his hand with a pistol clutched in it. He shot several times directly at the monster's head and watched as it disintegrated into small pieces and disappeared. The hero wished the skeletal monster to return straight to hell as soon as possible. Immediately after this, the adrenaline subsided and the strength left the guy's body. Jungseil fell to the road exhausted, and the gun flew out of his hand. The hero lay on the ground and really thought about the fact that he had already managed to say goodbye to his life. But it wasn't all over yet, because something to his left caught the guy's attention. From around the corner, a light suddenly appeared, very similar to the light from an ordinary handheld flashlight. Then it went out. The hero even thought that he had imagined it all. But then the light appeared again and began to flicker from side to side, as if someone were guiding it. Someone was approaching our hero, so he armed himself and hid around the corner. Jungseil took out the bullets and reloaded his gun to be ready for the attack. The guy watched the light all this time and guessed that someone was turning it on and off using Morse code. The hero didn't have to wait long. After a couple of minutes, this someone had already reached the place where the player was hiding. Jungso shouted loudly and jumped out from around the corner to intercept the stranger. The guy expected to see anyone, but definitely not an ordinary schoolboy, so he froze in place. The boy was dressed in uniform, had a backpack hanging behind his back, and his name tag indicated that his name was Yang Mincheol. The schoolboy himself got scared, raised his hands, and tearfully asked not to kill him, because he was not a bad person. The guy thought that the hero in front of him was a policeman and asked him for help. Yonzo still threatened the student with a pistol and demanded that he give him the flashlight. He didn't want to do this, so the hero had to threaten him with a bullet fired into his forehead. From such a prospect, the schoolboy was seriously frightened and trembled all over with fear. He immediately threw the flashlight to Jungso, and he demanded that he also give him the backpack. The guy didn't want to do this because it contained his only food supplies. He dumped the contents of his backpack on the ground, revealing tuna, ramen, and some ham. Minchel had tears in his eyes from resentment towards the person from whom he wanted to ask for help in the first place. However, this was not the end, because now the player demanded that the boy take off all his clothes. Tom had to unbutton and throw his shirt and school uniform on the ground. Jungseo made sure that Mincheol had nothing else and allowed him to put his clothes back on. The hero examined the boy from head to toe and doubted that he needed his help. After all, he was able to get to him with his bare hands, alone and without visible injuries. The guy believed that the schoolboy was serving as bait and that there was someone else with him. He asked his viewers to watch the guy's expression after he turned away. The hero took the schoolboy's flashlight, turned his back to him, and suggested that they go their separate ways. However, the guy began to shout that he had experienced a lot of troubles on the way here. His friends covered for such a coward and eventually died protecting him from monsters. The audience watched the boy very carefully all the time and came to the conclusion that he was not lying. Jungso decided to listen to their opinion and turned to face the schoolboy. He carefully examined the guy again and invited him to move on together. The hero added that he cannot pass by his youngest, who asks for help. After some time, having walked a little further through the city, the guys came across another hellish frog. Jungseo intended to lie low and sneak past the monster unnoticed. But his plans were disrupted by Mincheol, who was already being chased by another huge monster. The guy had already begun to regret that he had taken such a troubled schoolboy with him in the first place. However, he was not very worried. He just shouted to his elder that they needed to turn into the left lane. The hero was surprised by such calmness and confidence in the boy's voice. He decided to trust him and only tried to carry out his orders clearly and quickly. A huge monster was chasing them, but Minchel knew that ahead they would stumble upon water pipe repair work. He warned his elder that they would have to run right along the very edge. Mistakes would not be allowed. It was at this moment that Jungso realized that the boy remembered the road perfectly. A moment later, they actually ran straight to the repair work on the water pipe. The player had to run along the very edge over the dug hole and try not to fall, but the monster couldn't move so carefully, so it slid down. This whole huge monster began to fall directly on our hero, threatening to crush him with its weight. However, at the last moment, the guy managed to avoid this fate of being crushed by the creature and escaped. Jongso was delighted at his new partner's resourcefulness and his wonderful memory. But it was too early to rejoice in their victory because a huge toad was waiting for them around the corner. From afar, the player saw her long and powerful tongue, which shot out periodically from around the corner of the building. He warned the schoolboy to get ready to dodge the attacks of this monster in the face of a hellish frog. A couple of moments later, the back paw of a huge toad actually appeared from around the corner. The hero carefully watched her movements and waited for the blow to react and dodge. At the last moment, they shouted to the schoolboy to duck down, which saved his life. Tom managed to survive only thanks to the advice of his older named brother. Mincheol turned around and saw that the frog had managed to pierce the head of the giant monster with its tongue and was stuck in it. It was double luck for our guys. They were incredibly happy about this turn of events. The frog was now unable to move and attack them with its powerful tongue. And the giant was detained by this very toad and now turned the owl's attention to it. Now this was not a battle of monsters against humans, but a battle of monster against monster. Mincheol remembered that there was a bike rental shop nearby, so he told his elder to run straight to him. Now Jongso understood how this schoolboy managed to spend all this time alone. His excellent memory had saved their lives more than once recently, but the hero was dissatisfied. They now had to ride a tandem because this bicycle was the only one that survived. It was quite difficult to ride, so Mincheol even asked the hero if he was even spinning the pedals. The guy said that it wasn't that long of a drive to reach the destination. According to the map, the required building was somewhere nearby. They skated in silence almost the entire time, but the schoolboy broke the silence and asked his partner a question. He took a long time to collect his thoughts, but still asked the hero if he had heard anything about Division 7.5. Mincheol returned to pick up his friend, but found only a note in his house. The hero admitted that he had heard about this division, but knew nothing more about it. He was surprised that only a small group was saved by the military, which was strange. Mincheol announced that they had arrived at the structure they needed. It turned out to be a certain company that was engaged in transportation and trained drivers. Suddenly, Jongso saw an army jeep rapidly approaching them. The car's front window was broken and it sped past at high speed. At the last moment, someone turned the steering wheel, turning the car, but it still crashed into the fence. Yonzo managed to jump off the bike and intended to inspect the driver. The hero walked up to the glass and knocked on it carefully, hoping that the car was not being driven by an infected person. The man looked healthy and even began to slowly come to his senses after the accident. Then the player was finally convinced that there was a man in front of him and decided to pull him out. The name of Private Soldier Cho Young-jin was written on a tag on his uniform. The guy pulled the soldier out, and he began to inspect the car for useful supplies. The soldier thought that they just wanted to rob him and pulled out a knife for protection. However, the hero managed to easily knock him out of the guy's hands with one fashionable blow. After that, Cho covered his head with his hands and allowed them to take any things, but not touch him. Yonzo replied that now it was up to him to decide, and he himself would bend down for an army knife. He assumed that the soldier was a deserter, abandoned his own, and ran here alone. Cho denied everything, which made him seem even more suspicious in the eyes of the hero. Mincheol asked his senior if the man was really a soldier. The guy answered positively because it was immediately obvious from the form thanks to the form. However, suddenly something alerted our hero and he turned to face the private. Jongso suddenly grabbed the soldier by the edge of his uniform and pulled him towards him with one hand. The guy pulled out a medallion with a name and other information that was hanging around his neck. It was always stamped with the personal number of each military man, which they knew by heart. It was precisely this that they now ordered the man in uniform who was sitting in front of him to name. This was the only way he could check whether there really was a real military man in front of him. At first, the man sat in a stupor. You could even see drops of sweat running down his face from tension. Then he pulled himself together and began calling out the number slowly, one digit at a time. His badge number matched exactly, so the guy earned himself a couple of trust points. Immediately after this, Jongso asked the military man if he knew anything about the 7.5 division. But he turned out to be stupid for the guys, because he didn't hear anything more clearly. Mincheol suggested not to linger outside, and the guys decided to hurry up and go to a safe place. Jongso suggested simply climbing over the fence, climbing on top of the car. Now the guys just had to decide what to do with this useless military man. The schoolboy was very kind, so he wanted to take the man with him instead of leaving him outside. But then the military said that he had a crack in his leg. He definitely wouldn't last long alone. Yonzo got angry, because just recently this guy had threatened them and demanded not to touch him. He said that he was simply afraid that the hero might harm him in his condition, and the audience was sure that Jongso would leave the soldier outside, but he surprised them. The guy jumped over the fence and started looking for a way to open the gate, but there was no electricity in the security booth. Therefore, it was necessary to find another way to get the wounded man through the fence. Minchul was glad that his elder was so kind and did not leave a person in trouble. The guys were surprised that there were only 4 cars parked in the parking lot of such a huge building. Yonso was bothered by the fact that the gates were closed despite all the cars leaving. The guy warned his companions not to let their guard down here anyway. He went first, opened the door to the main building, and was sure that there was someone else in it. The area was deserted. Papers were scattered on the floor. One of them talked about recruiting new drivers for the staff. First of all, the guys looked around and headed to the local first aid station. Jongseo said he was going to check the upper floors and head back while the others rested. He was about to leave when suddenly Minchul approached the guy closely and grabbed him by the sleeve. The schoolboy looked into the eyes of his elder and asked directly if he was going to leave him. Jongso replied that he would come back for him, but for now he should sit down and rest while he still has the opportunity. The hero climbed the stairs and he consulted with his viewers from the chat. He was thinking about whether he should take Mincheol further with him or whether it would be better to leave him here. This place seemed safe, but the boy was too trusting to survive alone. Jongso was walking along a dark corridor when he suddenly heard a crash and someone's quiet voice. It was coming from behind one of the closed doors further down the corridor and sounded very familiar. The voice said something about the shelter, so the hero walked up to the door and decided to listen. He went inside and realized that the voice was coming from the radio station that stood inside the office. The hero found this strange because the electricity had recently been turned off. But the radio was talking about a shelter and about some kind of train arriving soon. The hero called up the information window and made sure that he really needed to get on this very train. The guy immediately rushed back to quickly get to the station and have time to board the carriage. First of all, he immediately burst into the first aid post, intending to take the schoolboy with him. However, Minchul was not there. Only the private was sitting on an empty bed with a crutch in his hands. He heard a sound coming from the basement, and the student volunteered to go downstairs and check it out. Jongso was angry that the boy went down alone, and the soldier remained here waiting for him. The military man tried to say something in his own defense, but the hero was no longer going to listen to him. He turned around and rushed away, leaving the military man alone in the first aid station. The guy got into the office and wanted to find the keys to the taxi in the parking lot and get out of here to the station. He was sure that there was definitely someone here, and the electricity had been turned off on purpose. But no matter how much the hero looked around the office, he could not find a single car key anywhere. He was suddenly distracted by a loud noise coming from the hallway. The hero abandoned his attempts to find the keys and rushed to check the source of the rumble. On the way, he took out a knife so that he could quickly defend himself in case of emergency. But it turned out that all this noise was caused by the fall of the soldier who followed him. The man was alone and asked the guy to help him get back to his feet. He came here because the sound from the basement repeated again, and he was afraid to be alone. The man did not have time to finish because that same frightening roar was heard from the basement again. It all sounded as if someone huge was slowly climbing up the stairs and approaching the guys. The first to appear was a black leather boot, polished to a shine, but its owner was not alone. This strange couple frightened the military man and caused anger and irritation in our hero. An unknown man walked behind the student and held a knife to his throat, ready to stab him. Mincheol asked his friends to leave him and leave on their own, but Jongseo was not going to do that. The guy put his hand with the knife clutched in it forward and ordered the stranger to let go of the schoolboy. Something about this man confused him. He clearly looked like some kind of crazy person. He sincerely believed that Minchul was a thief who had sneaked into his favorite company. He spoke as if there were no zombies around, and a whole bunch of clients were calling him. Yonzo guessed that the stranger was the owner of the company and that he had all the keys to the cars. He was angry that the military man had let the schoolboy go down alone, and now there were problems because of it. The hero decided to use his best ability and deceive the madman. He smiled and said that he actually came to get a job as a driver in this company and not to rob it. Jung Seo pretended that he saw the boss on TV and was impressed, so he wanted to work for him. The man really needs new drivers, so he didn't mind conducting an interview for a new driver. There was only one small discrepancy in that Jung Seo did not have a statement. The guy played as best he could, so now he was frantically trying to find a way out of this situation. The boss's gaze was truly frightening. He kept demanding that the newcomer bring him a completed application. The hero replied that he had it, but it remained lying on the table in the main office. He sent a military man after him, and he himself whispered to him to choose the one most similar to him from the photo. The knave went completely crazy because he broke into a dreamy smile. A couple of minutes later, the soldier came out of the office, carrying someone's completed application in his hands. The guy in the resume photo was really very similar to our main character in real life. The boss was so carried away by reading the information that he even forgot and let the student go for a while. He was impressed by how easily he managed to free himself and froze in place in indecision. Jung Seo waved his hand at him and quietly ordered him to leave the boss and come to them. The schoolboy pushed the man in the side with all his strength and rushed to meet his survival partners. Jung Seo grabbed the crutch from the hands of the wounded soldier and rushed to the attack. He jumped up to the madman and pushed him with his weapon right in the chest. Then he twisted the man's arms behind his back and sat on top of him, laying him face down. He ordered a military man and a schoolboy to search the boss's pockets and find the keys to official cars in them. The guys managed to get them, after which all three rushed out into the street and hurried to the cars. The military man was surprised that it was he who was driving, but there was no time to change seats. Jung Seo ordered the soldier to start the engine and rush at full speed towards the station. The private was dumb and continued to ask stupid questions instead of doing it on the road. Suddenly, the guys noticed some movement at the main gate of the taxi company. People fled in horror and tried to hide in the territory from the huge monster. Yeonso looked in their direction and realized that he had never encountered such a monster before. It was a huge monster that moved like a spider and had many giant arms. It was no longer possible to hesitate. Now everything depended only on how well the military man drove. But it turned out that the schoolboy Minchel knew very well what kind of creature attacked them. This monster with a bunch of sharp teeth and giant arms was called the Crawler. But this information could not greatly help our heroes in their salvation. Private Cho sat behind the wheel of a taxi car and watched the monster approaching him. The man could stand it no longer, started the engine and rushed away from the monster. He had to drive right in front of the crawler's nose and turn in the opposite direction. Now all he had to do was pick up high speed in order to quickly break away from the pursuit. At that moment, the owner of the taxi company came to his senses and left the building. The man began yelling at the company and accusing them of stealing his property at such a difficult time. Yeonso saw him and ordered the private to urgently turn and drive towards this madman. The man did not stop yelling, which attracted the attention of the huge monster. He himself was so captivated by the guy's equipment that he did not notice the approach of the monster. And when I noticed, it was already too late to try to do anything. At the last moment, the player ordered the soldier to turn towards the main gate, which he did. And the monster, by inertia, crashed right into the place where the owner of the taxi company was standing. The guys got out of the parking lot safe and sound and drove away towards the station. Jung Seo admitted that he had to use the man, even though he was a good boss. The soldier wanted to answer something different, but the schoolboy supported his older friend. He added that the hero did everything in his power to save them all. While they were driving in the car and talking, something caught our hero's attention. Directly in front of them on the road was a blue, glowing line that was painfully familiar to him. As soon as the car completely moved behind her, a new message immediately appeared in front of the guy. From then on, his viewers could assign missions, buy effects, and set rewards. The guy noticed that the other passengers did not see these messages and did not even understand that the hero was talking to someone. Jung Seo wondered what these new missions were, but there was none in his information window yet. The audience advised the guy to relax and rely on them, which he was not very happy with. The hero leaned out the window for fresh air and noticed something strange. He had completely forgotten about the monitor from the parking lot, but it was still following them. The hero asked the soldier to increase his speed, but they were already driving at maximum speed. All that remains for the guys in the car to do is watch the monster approach through the rear window. Yonzo guessed that without a straight distance, he allowed the monster to gain speed. The hero immediately asked the schoolboy if he was familiar with this route, but he was not sure. The guy frantically tried to remember the way, even biting his thumb from tension. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, as if the guy remembered something. He ordered the military man to drive up the hill on the left, although this was supposed to first reduce his speed. The soldier again wanted to object, but the schoolboy lost his temper and yelled at him not to think, but to do it. The hero also advised the private to carry out the boy's order because he trusted him and his memory. They began to climb the mountain, but Minchul promised that there would be a steep descent further. Now they had already reached the beginning of this descent and began to gradually pick up speed. However, something ahead greatly worried the military man who was sitting in the driver's seat. The man saw that a piece of road with a landslide was waiting for them ahead and was worried about it. The hero was scared, but the schoolboy ordered him to move on because they had already seen that this monster did not know how to brake. The player desperately asked his viewers to give him a mission, but they only joked at him. The guy already thought that he had made the wrong choice and began to prepare for imminent death. But then one of the spectators wished that the hero would lean out of the car window and provoke the monster. The guy immediately rushed to do this because as a reward for this, their car would be protected from skidding for a while. The hero leaned out of the window and shouted loudly at the monster, trying to attract his attention. The schoolboy was horrified by this behavior of his older partner. However, this did not stop the hero from continuing to shout at the monster that was hot on their heels. He screamed and mentally begged only for his plan to succeed. The guy breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the message about the successful completion of the mission. It happened just in time because a sharp turn sign appeared right in front of them. The private grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and shouted to the passengers to hold on tight. He pulled sharply to the side. The car turned sharply instantly. At such a huge speed, everyone in the car was pressed to one side by the inertia. They managed to turn around at the last moment, just before the cliff of the road. But the monster did not have time to slow down and therefore was now flying down the cliff. The monster fell, and the guys stopped the car at the very edge, trying to recover. The driver was sure that they were happy to turn over during such a maneuver, but they were lucky. His hands were still shaking. The schoolboy was also trying to restore his heartbeat. Jungseo smiled and thanked his viewer from the bottom of his heart for helping him escape. After some time, when everyone came to their senses, the guys decided to return back to the main road. It seemed strange to the hero that the road along which they were driving was empty, although it should have been the other way around. He couldn't understand why there wasn't a video of a single soul in the area in front of them. He will offer to hide the car somewhere nearby, just in case, so that he can return for it later. There were several zombies walking around the city right in front of them. They had to be dealt with. Yonzo decided to get out of the car and divert their attention, and send the schoolboy and the military man forward to the station. Minchul was not confident in such a risky decision of his older comrade. However, he knew what the hero was capable of, so he trusted him this time. The hero took a knife in his hand, stepped forward and began to scream, attracting the influence of zombies. He used his favorite taunt skill, and now he had to fight 3 dead men. The accumulated gain was already 1.4, according to the data from the information window. If initially the indicator was equal to 1, then additional points were awarded for each half person. That is why the hero decided to upgrade this skill properly for the future. He attacked every zombie he met with a knife. He told some of them simply with brute force and then finished them off. He managed to knock someone out literally with one blow, but he needs to do a better job with someone. In general, Jongzo always tried to hit you straight in the head so that you would save time and not miss the train. One zombie approached the hero from behind, intending to attack from the blind spot. But the guy was not so simple. He easily noticed him even there and struck him. A few minutes later, all 3 dead men lay on the cold ground with their heads broken. Spectators praised the hero for his growth and recalled his very first battles. In fact, the guy's physical strength and reflexes have increased greatly. The hero walked through the city and thought about how he could unlock the full potential of the accumulation skill. On his way, he saw a man who was shouting something to another and who was attacked by a zombie. He addressed someone named John Changkook, and the hero knew that this was the name of the mayor of the city. The guy decided to ask the audience for advice on whether he should help this man. Although there were more votes against, the hero still decided to come to the aid of the mayor's subordinate. And he already believed that his days were finally numbered and no one would come to his aid. Not suddenly, the zombie stopped attacking him and then completely stupidly fell on top. A man in a white shirt and gray office trousers sat on the asphalt and tears flowed from his eyes. He saw his savior in front of him, who turned out to be a young guy with a hammer in his hand. The man was clearly not happy that his boss, the mayor of the city, left him here to die and ran away. They were heading towards the station, but because of the monsters, the subordinate suggested looking for another road, after which he got angry and sent the man to personally check the safety of the path. Right now, the mayor and a whole crowd of guards are heading towards the train station. Jung Seo was amazed that even at such a time, these people were still doing their job. The man added that among them there were many strangers who were hired specifically for this purpose. It sounded as if the mayor was of particular importance to someone in government. So the two of them reached the entrance to the station, but there was no one visible around. Jung Seo turned to Yu Yong-han and suggested that he go inside the building instead of waiting outside. The guy decided to establish a connection with this man, even introducing himself to him. The man was grateful to this young man who had come from nowhere. They formally introduced themselves to each other and now walked up the stairs to the platform. Suddenly the man stopped mid-flight and began to examine something ahead. He pointed his finger upward where the girl was almost at the very top. The man was about to call out to her and warn her of the danger, but the hero closed his mouth. He didn't yet know what exactly was the matter, but his intuition screamed at him that he shouldn't do this. The guy noticed that the little girl had nothing to do alone in such a place. When they saw her, even the spectators were delighted and said that the player was unlucky to meet her. The hero asked them to assign him a mission with a reward, since it was so dangerous. But they didn't want to do it because for them it cost 100 yen and more. And for them, 1 yen was equivalent to 10,000 won in times of famine for a player. The guy realized that it was too expensive and he shouldn't expect help. He promised to remove his hands from the man's face if he remained silent the entire time. He agreed, and just at that time figured out the clock ringing from the side of the station. The girl adjusted it to him. She opened her mouth and rushed up the stairs towards the sound. It became immediately clear that it was a monster. The man was horrified by the mere sight of her and said that he was not going to rise higher. He turned and rushed down the stairs, screaming in fear as he did so. Jung Seo knew that by doing this he was only attracting her attention and hoped that he would not be caught by this attack. The man tripped and fell to the very foot of the stairs, and there a zombie was already waiting for him. He thought it was another one, but he raised his eyes and froze in horror. The man noticed that it was the same girl who had just stood at the top of the stairs. He instantly screamed and was immediately torn into small pieces by her sharp teeth and claws. Thanks to a hint from the audience, Jung Seo learned that the girl is blind, but responds to sounds. He again heard some noise upstairs and was afraid that now she would notice him because of him. The girl just reacted to the loud sounds and got closer and closer to our hero. Yonso noticed that he had received a new mission from his favorite observers. The guy needed to freeze in place at the moment when the girl walked past him. As a reward, he will be able to deprive the target of hearing for a minute, which he touches once. The girl was already very close to our hero. He wouldn't have had time to do anything anyway. At some point, it even seemed to him that the monster noticed him. The guy closed his eyes in fear and opened them only when the girl walked away. A message about the completion of the mission appeared, and the hero leaned wearily against the fence, exhausted from fear. He took a break and went down the stairs to the corpse of his recent acquaintance. The spectators ordered the guy not to waste time and urgently go upstairs, but he needed something. He rummaged through the victim's wallet, took his business card, and was about to move on to the station. But the man's transformation was completed just at that moment, and he rose up as a zombie. Jong-seo was not prepared for the fact that this girl could also infect people after death. He quickly took out his knife and stabbed the boy right in the head before he attacked. Immediately after this, the hero, no longer your temporary one, went straight to the platform in vain. He hoped that that weak girl would not appear on his way again. The hero walked along the empty platform and could not understand where his companions, who had gone ahead, had gone. Suddenly he heard the scream of his friends and saw that the same blind girl was chasing them. But this time she would not be alone, but would take her exactly the same girlfriend with her. The guy looked at the current situation from the outside and thought what he should do now. He turned around and was about to leave, allegedly not seeing any benefit to himself in saving them. However, one of the spectators set him a mission to save his friends from the toilet. The reward was as much as 20 yen, which made the hero stop and think. The guy noticed a familiar emblem on the door and headed there first. Viewers even joked that the hero wanted to have a tasty snack before his death. But in fact, he needed one specific thing that definitely had to be here. He grabbed a blade and grabbed several timers lying on the table and named his terrible strategy after them. This time, in the toilet on the platform, two of his friends were trying to escape from the blind girls. Both of them climbed on top of the partition between different booths and sat there. They were already desperate. There was nowhere else to run. But then their savior appeared on the threshold. It was their friend Jung-seo himself. The guy stood and smiled in such a situation. The timer in his hand just went into action and beeped loudly, attracting the attention of the monsters. Immediately after this, our hero's provocation skill also worked, displaying two opponents. According to his plan, the player turned around and began to run away from the toilet. He threw one of the post timers from himself, previously setting it off for a certain time. The monsters heard the sound of an object falling near them and reacted. But it was still early, so Jung-seo threw another timer after him. He flew even further and the girls rushed to catch up with him, and her with our boyfriend. The timers went off and attracted the attention of the monsters, who had completely forgotten their previous victims. The hero returned to the toilet and ordered his friends to quickly and quietly go downstairs. The schoolboy easily managed to do this, but the military man looked even worse than before. The hero initially wanted to use the new skill, but considered it too dangerous and decided to save it for later. The private looked unwell at all. He also reported that he had broken his crutch in the chase. Therefore, the hero asked the schoolboy to help him move and speak as quietly as possible. Now the three of them were again, and headed to the station platform through the waiting room. The guys tried to walk as quietly as possible, but the military man constantly made some sounds. Jung-seo looked back at the guy and noticed that something very strange was happening to him. The hero began to have some suspicions about his health after the attack. He looked too suspicious, so Jung-seo grabbed the private and dragged him closer to the light. He only had to look at the soldier's face and everything immediately became clear. Even a schoolboy now understood that an acquaintance was infected with a zombie. They looked at the guy's leg and guessed that all this time one had not been broken. Jung-seo asked the private if he knew what condition he was in now. He didn't understand anything, but the hero didn't want to take risks, as was the case with the mayor's subordinate on the street. He only regretted that he had put a lot of effort into ensuring that this private survived, but it was all in vain. The hero quickly grabbed the schoolboy by the shoulder and dragged him along as far as possible. They left the military man standing alone in the middle of the hall, apologizing to him. Minchul was still worried about his new acquaintance, even though they had not been together for so long. However, Jung-seo understood that they could not do anything with him, and it would be better to get away as quickly as possible. The guys approached the terminal, but there was no one around, not even the mayor and his retinue. They didn't know what to do next, but it was also dangerous to stay here. Suddenly, the private called the guys with all his strength and pointed somewhere with his hand. Jung-seo looked in that direction and noticed something in the back of the hall. This information could now become a way to escape from the trap at the station. The private seemed to be trying to tell them something, but all that came out was a grunt. He pointed to the board, which said that a train would arrive here soon. There were less than 3 minutes left before the train arrived at the station, and the private helped them a lot. The guys thanked their friend goodbye and hurried to the platform. Yeonso thought about how to somehow thank the military man for this after clearing the game. The guys went down to the platform, and the hero ordered the schoolboy to listen to him carefully if he wanted to live. The player knew that the train would arrive filled with all sorts of evil spirits, so they had to be careful. The boy did not know how his elder knew all this, but decided to obey him. A message was heard throughout the station that an arriving train was passing through this station. The guys did not expect that radio broadcasting would still work after the apocalypse. There was a deafening noise, and the guys realized that the singer was approaching the station. Jung-seo saw the trash can and ordered the younger one to climb into it and hide there for now. The train had already appeared from afar. It was washing at great speed towards the platform. At the sound of his approach, all the local monsters came running. But this new high-speed train did not stop at the station but drove past, taking with it a whole crowd of monsters. The guys got out of their hiding places and did not understand why the train drove past them. But then an old locomotive arrived at the station and the first modern one was used as bait. This train stopped, and Jongseo thought that the people there were waiting for the mayor to appear. He ordered the schoolboy to sit silently in a shelter and then went on reconnaissance. The guy quickly ran up to the locomotive and hid on the side of it. Then the doors to the driver's cabin opened and the train captain came out. The girl took off her cap. She was very unhappy that there was no mayor on the platform. Yeonso watched the driver from his hiding place and realized that he had seen her somewhere before. Once upon a time, he read an article about a brave girl driver in the news reports. There was her photograph, name, and an interview about how the girl detained a pickpocket at the station. From her muttering, the hero learned that the typist was promised a pass to the bomb shelter if she delivered the mayor. It seemed to Jongseo that the girl was completely different in that interview on the news. The two guys could knock out the girl, but they needed a driver to control the train. So the schoolboy from his shelter showed with signs that there was only one enemy. He clenched his hand into a fist, which meant the start of the attack. But the hero decided to try to negotiate. The guy crawled out of his temporary hiding place before his partner did anything bad. He stood between a schoolboy with a piece of pipe in his hand and a locomotive driver. The girl continued to smoke a cigarette to everyone and said that she was not just lucky to get here alone. But the hero interrupted the flow of her words and asked her to first look at something in his hands. He handed the girl the mayor's assistant's business card, which he had stolen from the corpse's wallet under the stairs. There was no photo, so Jongseo pretended to be someone else. The guy said he had a message for the train driver that the mayor was already dead. The girl did not expect such a turn of events, and she understood what she should do next. Soyeon couldn't believe that her target didn't even live to see her locomotive arrive. Yeonso said that on the way to the station they were attacked by monsters and killed the mayor. Suddenly there was a noise, and the guys realized that they urgently needed to get away from this station. The girl had an agreement to deliver the mayor, but the hero persuaded her to take them with her. He declared himself the only one who had information from the city government, and promised to convince the authorities of his destination. Soyeon understood that after the death of the mayor, the contract was invalid, so she decided to try her luck with another option. The girl was still not entirely happy with the current situation, but threw away the cigar and ordered to get on board. She agreed to take at least the mayor's assistant, hoping for her place in the bomb shelter. However, Jongso replied that she was obliged to take this young schoolboy too. The girl looked at the guy, who certainly did not look like a civil servant. But she also didn't want to leave such a young boy alone at a dangerous station. Therefore, the girl agreed to take him on board too, but ordered him to give her the pipe for this. The guys got up inside the locomotive and the driver began to slowly accelerate it. Jongso was glad that they managed to leave this station on time. Then they noticed that their military friend had finally turned into a zombie and went down to the platform. The hero looked at the private and mentally thanked him for this important hint to them. Suddenly, some people in suits appeared on the platform and started running after the train, shouting to stop. Jongso took one look at them to understand that it was the same mayor of the city, John Chang-kook. Now there are only 2 people left among the civil servants' guards. They ran along the accelerating train and came to slow it down. In response to these screams, driver Soyeon came out of her cab and asked what was going on. She saw a man in a suit who was shouting that the girl had come for him. The driver realized that the mayor was alive in front of her, but Jongso drew her attention to the monsters behind. The blind girls followed the sounds and already managed to kill 2 guards of the city mayor. The hero warned that if the girl sets the speed to drop them off, then she herself will become a victim of these monsters. She was very angry that she couldn't stop and pick up her vault pass, but she believed the guy about the monsters. The girl accepted her situation and went to the driver's cabin to pick up more speed. The door slammed behind her, which meant that there would be no more stopping. The mayor cursed at being abandoned and shouted that only he knew the secret code. He loudly shouted the password. They would stick it on so that after that they would recognize him and take him with them. But it was only his delusion, thanks to which our hero learned the secret code. Immediately after this, the platform ended and the mayor became the victim of a new zombie of a former private. Jongseo asked his viewers if this outcome could be considered successful. Many of them said that they looked at the military man in a new way after everything that happened. After that, the guys went into the driver's cabin, where the girl demanded an explanation from them. Jong Seo continued to insist that the mayor was not at the station, and now he is really dead. The girl only became even more angry because she was considered a fool. The hero admitted that he had no plan to get rid of the mayor. They just weren't together in the first place. The driver grabbed the guy by the jacket and demanded to know who he really was. The hero said his real name, after which a whole bunch of questions rained down on him. The guy noticed that he just showed the business card, but never called himself the person on it. This angered the girl even more. She was ready to throw the guy out of the carriage. He said that he got the business card because the mayor abandoned his employee to certain death. He also added that he was going to bring this employee with him, but could not save him. The guy noticed that the mayor himself was late. If they had stayed longer, they would have finished the same way. The girl was still unhappy that she had been deceived, so she kicked the hero in the leg. Because of this, he fell back and ran into a schoolboy who was standing there. Soyeon called the guys free riders, but Jong-seo suddenly said that he remembered her words from the interview. There are passengers with unforeseen circumstances, and they are just such passengers. The girl was shocked that this guy knew her full name and froze in place. She suddenly blushed sharply when she realized that the hero had read her interview and became embarrassed. The schoolboy was lying unconscious on the floor, and Jong-seo had never expected such a violent reaction to his words. He even said that the girl's interview impressed him very much, which is why he remembered it. The driver was easy to read, so the hero decided to finish her off and said a couple more quotes from that news about her. The girl decided that the guy was not so bad, since he read her interview in such an unpopular magazine. She decided to come to terms with what had already happened and act together. The guy approached the driver and asked if their train was really leaving for the city of Daejeon. He also decided to ask her about Division 7.5, but the girl knew nothing about it. It seemed strange to her that no one knew anything about this division, and the only source of information was the signal through the emergency communication channel. She also asked Jong-seo to maintain decorum and address her with respect, since she, at 27, was 2 years older than him. The guy agreed with this and asked why this very Division 7.5 needed the mayor of their city. Soyeon said she was only ordered to bring him in because of the collapse of the executive branch. The hero thanked the girl for the valuable tip and promised not to remain in her debt. The typist understood that they still had nowhere to go, so she just smiled. At this time, a schoolboy who was looking with horror somewhere outside the cabin attracted attention. Jong-seo came closer to him and looked out the small window to understand the situation. The hero saw that one of the 3 blind monster girls had managed to climb onto their locomotive. Soyeon noticed her too and was about to say something, but Jong-seo closed her mouth and ordered her to remain silent. The guy was glad that the monster still had not noticed them due to the roar of the train wheels. However, they could not go any further with her. They had to remove her as soon as possible. But the hero had absolutely no idea how to deal with her in such a narrow space. One of the viewers assigned a mission to kill a blind girl in 5 minutes. The guy was not far off in that he was again given such a difficult and dangerous mission, which he shared with the observers. However, they did not want to hear anything. They were only concerned about their own entertainment. Suddenly, the mission changed. Now it was required to kill the monster in 1 hour. The first was donated by some unfamiliar spectator, but the second was contributed by the exhausted, already known to the hero. The guy had rescued the hero more than once, so an argument broke out between the 2 observers. They even got personal since the exhausted one spent a huge amount of energy trying to save Jong-seo earlier. Once upon a time, for the hero, there was only one, so the guy was amazed that because of him, someone was fighting in the comments. However, he did not want to waste time, so he opened the door and entered from the driver's cab. Soyeon and Minchil are horrified by the size of their mouths at this unexpected behavior of their travel companion. The guy closed the door to the control room behind him and headed towards the blind girl. As he thought, his light steps were drowned out by the general noise of the train. The hero called up the skill window. He used his skill and doubted that he would deprive the target he touched of his hearing for a minute. Immediately after this, the hero began to carefully approach the girl from the side. He managed to touch her, but immediately after that, the monster reacted instantly. She opened her mouth wide and rushed at the guy, who fell in surprise. He was ready to say goodbye to his life, but the girl missed due to blindness. She leaned over the railing of the locomotive and fell head first. Jong-seo was happy about his such an easy victory and smiled happily. He came closer to the edge and leaned over to see if the girl had fallen. The guy was very disappointed that the monster managed to grab the edge and hang. He was also amazed at the vitality of the dead man, whose legs were blown off by the train. Jong-so simply began to rage and try to push the girl down with his feet. However, she was incredibly strong. She even managed to pull herself up. The hero noticed this and immediately took out his army knife and began to hit the monster's hand with it. Only after this breakfast did the girl become weaker, and she finally uncoupled from the locomotive. She fell down from the train, which was moving at great speed, and rolled on the ground. Yonzo stood upstairs for a couple more seconds and listened at her distance. She turned out to be too tenacious. The guy was still terrified that he could have just died and tried to come to his senses. After a couple of seconds, the flood subsided, and the hero was able to feel severe pain that went through his hand. At this point, the mission was completed, and our Jong-so was able to receive his reward. Moreover, he managed to do this in 5 minutes, so he received rewards for both missions, including the first. The hero opened the door and went into the driver's cabin, where Minchul immediately rushed to him. The schoolboy was worried about his elder because he could hear his screams even through the closed door. Even the driver turned around and said that our hero turned out to be cooler than she initially thought about him. The guy was glad that he was appreciated, but he was hurt by the fact that the girl initially did not believe in him. Soyeon didn't expect that the guy would have the courage to go through and deal with the monster, and the hero shouted quite well. Immediately after the exchange of barbs, Jong-so sank along the wall to the floor, and the schoolboy rushed towards him. And at this time, the driver admitted that they had picked up a radio signal while the hero was operating outside. Minchul and Soyeon were sitting in the control room when the radio on the control panel suddenly started working. The girl answered the call. It turned out to be the same famous 7.5 division. She was ordered to go straight and get off at the checkpoint at the stop. There they were promised to be checked for abnormalities and transferred to a train to Daejeon. The driver also reported that the mayor was not with them, so the terms of the contract had changed. They were ordered to get off the train and leave it to the mechanic. Our hero did not like this very much. He grabbed his head with his bloody hand and said that everything looked too suspicious. The old locomotive was rushing towards the stop, and the passengers were trying to find a way out of the situation. Thanks to his information window, Jong-so learned that people at the stop were engaged in robbery, and also that between the stop and the station at the destination there is another small guarded point. The hero thought for a long time, and then asked the driver what would happen if they just passed the stop without stopping. The girl was surprised by this question, but the hero explained that it might be unsafe there. It seemed strange to him that they were asked to leave the train, which according to their information was not even broken. And this also happened immediately after the division learned about the absence of the mayor. This convinced Soen. Yonzo noticed that the girl herself did not have much confidence in this 7.5 division. There was a high probability that if they stopped at a stop, they would have to fight to the death. Yonzo decided to ask the locomotive driver what could prevent them from simply passing by the point. The girl replied that the only problem was that there was an unfinished branch of tracks a little further from the stop. If someone moves the lever, the train will veer onto unfinished tracks and an accident is inevitable. Therefore, there is a high probability that if they pass by, the division will send the train along unfinished tracks. This also meant that even if they passed by, they would still be forced to stop at the second point. Meanwhile, at the Dojin checkpoint, they were waiting for the train to approach. The military stood with weapons in their hands on the street. They could already hear the approach of the locomotive. Jung-seo decided to use his skill that he received earlier, which amplifies his voice 6 times for 1 minute. The guy came out of the cabin without a shirt, started waving his arms and shouting that their train was broken. The military did not expect such strange behavior at all, so they simply watched silently, mouths agape. No one warned them about the breakdown, so the men could only watch as the train rushed past at great speed. And during this time, Jong-seo returned back to the cabin and began to put his clothes back on. He deliberately caused panic because the point was not given instructions for such a case, which means the second point would not have time to react. Thanks to this idea of our hero, the passengers of the locomotive were able to avoid problems and move on. The guy turned out to be right in his assumptions, because the road was not even cleared of monsters. The girl turned to her comrades and ordered them to prepare for landing immediately after the tunnel. She stopped the train, and the hero asked the schoolboy to stay in the cabin and give a signal in 30 minutes. He had to dial the buzzer in order to divert attention and give the guys time to escape. Minchel was ready to do whatever was necessary and asked his friends to return safe and sound. The girl was worried whether the student would cope, but the hero noticed that he was a real genius in remembering information. Immediately after this, the driver and our guy went deep into the forest. They intended to approach the second checkpoint quietly and clear their way. The guys stopped the train in advance, so no one heard him and everything was calm. Chonso suggested not to get into trouble anyway and go around the point from the other side. The heroes moved through the forest as quietly as possible, so they were the first to notice the approach of the military. They checked the forest and discussed the fact that the management had come simply to shoot the train passengers. The most important task was to take the locomotive, and they didn't care about the people on it at all. The hero initially planned to evaluate the stop and simply immobilize the military, but after hearing this, he changed his mind. He was about to leave his hiding place, but Soyeon grabbed his elbow and stopped him. The hero turned around and realized from his partner's face that you two were clearly not going to just let the soldiers go. They looked at each other for a couple more moments, as if they were mentally agreeing on something. And after that, when the military came closer to the hiding place of our heroes, they rushed to attack. Jongseo flew out from behind the bushes with lightning speed and used the effect of surprise. The guy knew that they had to act quickly before the military realized what was happening. The hero put a knife to the throat of one of the soldiers and grabbed his weapon with his other hand. The driver rushed towards another soldier and blocked his gun with both hands. So they managed to immobilize 2 of the 4 patrolmen and scare the rest. Jongso's opponent wanted to use his gun, but the cold metal at his neck stopped him from rash actions. Immediately after this, the hero switched the lever position to fire with 1 charge. The driver didn't waste any time either. The girl pulled the soldier's gun and its strap pinched the soldier's neck. After Seoyeon disorientated the man, she released him from the chokehold and pushed him with all her might. They were standing very close to the cliff, so this blow was enough to send the man flying down. The 2 soldiers who were not attacked were so confused that they did not even draw their weapons. The driver turned to the guys with their own rifle in their hands and asked who would kill whom now. The men tried to calm Soyeon down by saying that they were only doing their duty. However, these words only angered the girl even more. She rushed towards her opponents. The driver hit one of the guys right in the face with the butt of a gun. The second one took out his knife and was preparing to fight off the attack when the girl walked towards him. She again used the butt of the weapon taken from the military to attack and knocked the knife out of the soldier's hand. After that, Soyeon decided to use the same troubleshooting method as last time. With several strong and precise blows, the girl made the military man lose his orientation in space. Then the man lost his balance and fell straight onto the cold ground. Immediately after this, with 1 precise and strong blow, he was sent down the cliff to his partners. Jongseo tried to stop Soyeon so they could make at least 1 military man, but he didn't have time. And the audience only joked at the guy because he didn't want to get under the girl's arm. Gyonzo disassembled the gun and saw that its magazine was filled to capacity with bullets. He asked the driver if she had ever fired, to which he received a positive answer. Soyeon assumed that her partner wanted to clear it for the frontal train. However, the guy did not answer anything, as if something was distracting him from the conversation. The hero came closer to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The driver joined him in this. The guys saw a huge crowd of zombies below, which was gradually climbing up. There were too many of them, so the heroes had to hurry and clear the checkpoint. They went further in search of the military base and reconnaissance of the situation there. The guys recruited from afar and counted a total of 10 people, including the guards inside. The hero hid behind a boulder and admitted to the audience that in the army he was a shooting ace. The sounds of lightning shots made the zombies climb up the cliff faster, but the guys had no choice. Jongso ordered the driver to lie down on the ground and take an attack position, which the girl did. Suddenly, the sound of a shot was heard and a bullet pierced the grass right next to the place where the hero was hiding. It was the soldiers who noticed the surveillance and opened fire on the opponents first. After that, there was no point in hesitating. The hero got down on 1 knee and began to shoot back. He did not lie about his accuracy and literally hit one of the soldiers in the head with the very first shot. Immediately after this, the hero hid in his shelter behind a huge stone. He was amazed at how much firepower their opponents had. The hero guessed that the military was most likely using surveillance equipment or night vision. As soon as he leaned out even a millimeter from behind the stone, a bullet instantly hit his shoulder. The hero immediately got back and was glad that it was not a direct hit, but a tangential one. Jung-seo wanted to take help from the audience, but they also only had a third-person view, like in the games. The guys were discovered earlier than expected. The firepower was many times higher, and the military fired at everything indiscriminately. Even observers found it hard to see how strong their player's opponent was. Yeonso was firing back with all his might when he heard a girl next to him scream in pain. The driver was also wounded, but only slightly, without serious consequences. Soyeon told her partner that she had already fired about 20 shots. The guy quickly calculated that they had about 30 shots left for all the soldiers. This definitely wasn't enough, but the military, meanwhile, began to approach the guys. Spectators warned the player about this, so he called out to his partner and ordered to retreat. The girl asked what they should do next, but the hero decided that they would think about it later. The guys had less and less time left. They had to leave urgently. The military advanced every second and also noticed that the opponents were running away. Yeonso sent the driver forward, and he decided to cover the girl and shoot back. He was more accurate. The guy managed to hit another military man right in the head on the move. After that, he rushed to catch up with his partner in front, constantly looking back. The soldiers were still chasing them. Periodically, bullets flew within a few centimeters of the heroes. Yeonso understood that they could not cope on their own, so he frantically asked his viewers for help. But as usual, they only mocked the hero's helplessness and wished him a good rest in heaven. The guy realized that he was still just entertainment for them. He did not have time to completely lure the audience to his side. The hero realized that they needed to show confidence that he could survive in any situation. The guy promised himself not to die under any circumstances and wished the same for his partner. He ordered the girl to run forward, and he himself was going to go down and bring the zombies with him. Soyeon read this as a terribly stupid idea, but it was the only way to change the tide of the battle. That is why the hero ran to the very edge of the cliff and took more air into his lungs. He screamed as loud as he could and at the same time used his taunt skill on the zombies below. The driver was even frightened at first by such a loud exclamation, but quickly came to her senses. And the hero continued to scream. He managed to attract 71 walking dead. He was going to set them on the checkpoint after this. The hero ordered Soyeon to follow him at some distance so they could survive. Yeonso ran straight towards the military, who saw that a whole crowd of zombies was rushing after the guy. The soldiers were about to quickly deal with their enemy, but they failed to foresee his next move. The guy pushed off the ground with force, and literally in the blink of an eye, he was completely past all the military men. Even his spectators were amazed that the hero managed to make such a huge running jump. His landing was also very powerful and, most importantly, far behind the backs of the soldiers. They didn't understand how he managed to do it, but they still rushed after him. The military did not understand how an ordinary person managed to run so fast along tree branches. In fact, this was all thanks to the provocation skill and the multifaceted enhancement of the hero's physical abilities. Right in front of him, Jong-seo saw the entrance to the military territory and with one blow took out the iron door. After that, he saw that a crowd of zombies was not far from the entrance and began to provoke the soldiers inside the building. They didn't know about the dead people outside the gate, so they fell for it and started shooting at the guy. Suddenly, one of the soldiers realized that something was going wrong, but it was too late. A huge crowd of the dead were distracted from the hero by the sounds of gunfire and burst into the territory of the point. Meanwhile, driver Soyeon also lost no time and attacked the monsters with her weapon. The girl saved ammunition, so she used the butt of the weapon like a baseball bat. She managed to defend herself well, but there were still too many dead. One of them had almost reached Soyeon, but at the last moment the girl was saved by Jong-seo, who appeared in time. He killed the monster with one blow to the head, and thanks to this he became a real hero in the eyes of the driver. The guy drove away the monsters around them, and he ordered the girl to grab his hand. The hero said that his guesses were correct and the military actually changed paths. Soyeon stood in a frenzy and did not understand why she should grab onto the hero and when he managed to check the road. And Jong-seo saw that the girl was dumb and decided to take the situation into his own hands. He simply grabbed the driver, threw him over his shoulder, and rushed away from the zombies. The guy carried the girl as if she weighed nothing at all to him. At the same time, he still managed to spin at an incredible speed for an ordinary person. Soyeon was so amazed by his abilities that she fell out of reality for a while and didn't hear anything. But the hero managed to shout to the girl and ask her to move the switch on the tracks in front of them. They had to get it done in a minute because the train was about to arrive. Yeonso sent the driver to deal with the switch while he planned to take on the zombie crowd. He was also worried that there might still be survivors among the military and attack them too. The hero fought the dead with all his might while his taunt skill was active. The driver, with her hands trembling from fatigue, tried to move the tracks in the right direction as quickly as possible. This also required some time and effort, especially for one person. Finally, the girl turned to her partner and reported that the tracks had been switched. Just at that moment, Jongso dealt with another zombie and immediately rushed to the driver. The guy again simply picked up the girl like a feather and threw her over his shoulder. Soyeon was amazed and embarrassed at the same time by this behavior of her partner. At that moment, the guys heard a whistle from the locomotive, which meant that the train was already nearby. And indeed, a moment later, an approaching train appeared with a blinding light. But something was wrong. The train was moving at high speed and clearly had no intention of slowing down. Through the glass of the driver's cab, Yeonso saw that the schoolboy was covered in blood and was lying unconscious on the floor. The train really rushed towards the heroes at great speed, which created additional problems. Yeonso understood that they needed to get on it and leave. Without this train, they would definitely be finished. And there are only 35 seconds left before the provocation skill ends. The guy ordered the driver not to worry about anything, but just to hold on to him tighter. The guy started running right behind the train, screaming loudly and attracting the attention of the zombies. The provocation skill worked perfectly, so all the dead immediately rushed at the hero. Soyeon looked behind the guy and didn't understand why he was attracting zombies again. The girl saw that the hero could hardly even keep up with the train while running with her on his shoulder. But he didn't let up and continued to call the monsters to follow him. He clearly had some kind of plan. Even the spectators had already begun to worry that at this rate the locomotive might leave without the heroes. They advised the player to abandon Soyeon. Without her, he still had a chance to jump on the train. However, Jongso did not listen to them and continued to run along the carriages, with zombies approaching him behind him. Their number had already grown to 89, but the guy needed at least one more. As soon as another dead man appeared, the hero's powers immediately increased by 1,000% thanks to the skill. With his new strength, Jongso screamed loudly and rushed forward. He threw the girl onto the train and ordered her to hold on tightly even through the pain. Soyeon didn't expect this, so she wasn't ready. The girl crashed back into the carriage. She had already begun to fall, but at the last moment she grabbed the railing of the locomotive with her hands. The hero has less than 7 seconds left of his provocation skill and the use of enhanced abilities. He was angry at the schoolboy because of whom you now had to go through this. The hero jumped onto the moving locomotive and immediately rushed to help Soyeon. He managed to grab her literally a second before his powers disappeared. The guy was glad that his plan was a success, and both of them were now saved. Even the spectators were delighted with the work done by the hero and made several donations. Jongso was glad that he kept his promise and did not die so easily and simply without support. Right now, he and the driver were heading to the control booth. Before approaching her, the guys noticed that everything inside was covered in blood. There was a terrible smell inside. Mincheol and a dead zombie were lying on the floor. Yeonso came to the girl not to approach the schoolboy and volunteered to remove the zombie corpse himself. After that, he started pushing the guy in the shoulder with the butt of his gun and calling him by name. He was covered in blood, so the hero could not see whether he had been bitten or not. One viewer asked if it would be safer to immediately smash the guy's head before he came to his senses as a zombie. Other spectators rushed to defend their player because it was already difficult for him now. No matter how Yeonso called the schoolboy, he did not come and did not respond. The hero warned Soeon that if he is now infected, he will wake up soon, then he himself will deal with his friend. At this moment, the student began to make quiet, inarticulate sounds. The partners heard this and immediately rushed to the guy to check if he was okay. They couldn't fully understand what was happening to him because Mincheol only made strange sounds. The hero thought that the guy was infected and began to mentally say goodbye to him. He even apologized to the student for the impossible task and already raised the weapon over his head. but suddenly he woke up, grabbed his head, and began to talk normally. This definitely meant that the young man was not infected and was still alive. Jung-seo immediately threw his weapon aside, rushed to the younger man, and grabbed him by the cheeks. The guy looked the schoolboy straight in the eye and asked if he was a zombie while they were gone. Min-cheol replied that he was not bitten. He killed the zombie, but then slipped and hit his head. Before he could finish speaking, Jung-seo immediately hugged the guy because he already considered him dead. But the hero immediately came to his senses when one of the spectators advised him to check for bites. The player immediately began to carefully examine his youngest from all sides. He did not find a single bite on his body and now hugged his friend with new strength and relief. And the schoolboy in his arms asked the driver how they managed to get on the train. The girl said that it was a long story, but still asked the hero where he got such strength. After all, he ran after the train with her on his shoulder and then also threw it on top of her like a sack of potatoes. The student was impressed by the story he heard and reminded him not to throw people around. Jung-seo said that he was just trying to save his friend. The threat of death triggered his superpowers. Soyeon fell for his story before she had only heard about this or seen it in films. The hero asked to first let go of his throat and only then admire him. Suddenly, the guys were distracted by a message coming from the radio in the control room. This was a 7.5 division, so the driver did not know what to answer and what to do next. Viewers suggested that it was due to a loss of communication with the checkpoint. Jung-seo grabbed the radio and boldly responded to Division 7.5's request for it. He was immediately asked if he had gone through the check procedure at the checkpoint earlier. The guy replied that they fixed the breakdown on the train, but they found it in the middle of a battle between zombies and unknown people. The unknown people were killed, the rest fled, but were killed by zombies. He is the only survivor. The hero asked what he should do next, because the driver started the train, but threw himself under it because of the bite. He did not allow the others to say a word, and he himself began to pretend that the connection was lost. On the radio, the guy was ordered to slow down in the city and switched off, and Soyeon was amazed at the hero's talent to play such a brazen game. Jung-seo asked if there was a way for them to land somewhere along the way without attracting attention. The driver remembered that there was a botanical garden on the road not far from the shopping street. It was there that the heroes came out and immediately found themselves at night as if in the thicket of a visual forest. Jeonso even joked that the schoolboy found his favorite and lucky trumpet at that train station. He himself made a sharp military knife in his hands for defense in case an unexpected meeting occurred. The guy looked around and listened carefully to everything. It was suspiciously quiet, but in such a dense forest there should at least be birds. But other than that, nothing strange had happened so far and everything was relatively calm. Suddenly it seemed to our hero that something was moving next to him. He asked his comrades about this, but they did not hear or see anything. The spectators responded that they only heard the rustling of the bushes and nothing else in this forest. The company of heroes continued to move forward through the thicket of the forest and remained on the alert. This incomprehensible sound continued to drive Yeonso crazy every minute more and more. Soyeon noticed that this garden is not very big, and if you don't get confused, you can walk through it in 20 minutes. The schoolboy asked to be allowed to go ahead because he had carefully looked at the map and remembered the road. Now the hero was glad that he had once decided to take this guy with him on the road. He let Min-cheol go ahead of him because he really could lead them through faster. Suddenly, something caught the attention of the main character, and he called out to the schoolboy about his name. Some creature attacked the guy, but he managed to expose his favorite pipe to the attack. Immediately after this, Jung-seo grabbed the student by the backpack and pulled him back towards him. The creature that attacked them turned out to be an ordinary tree branch at first glance. However, it belonged to someone really huge, which made the guys horrified and froze in place. Above them was a huge tree with a terrible mouth and long, powerful branches. Thanks to his viewers, our hero learned that such monsters are called thralti, and judging by the situation in this botanical garden, it was simply full of these thralti. These monsters were essentially huge, obsolete trees. Due to their size and power, they easily attacked the heroes with their branches. The whole group of guys tried to move forward, fending off the blows of the trees along the way. Our hero noticed that the monsters themselves were very slow, so it was better to just run away from them. He ordered the schoolboy to move ahead, since he knew the entire route. Min-cheol overtook his partners and said that it was best for them to try to leave along the path. The young man ran ahead, sometimes even running through the bushes. He had to put his hands forward so that the branches wouldn't scratch the guy's face. Suddenly, another huge monster appeared right in the path of our heroes. The student quickly reacted and ordered his partners to turn left. Jongseo was pleased with his decision to send this guy forward. Now he was helping them out a lot. For how long did the heroes even believe that they would be able to break away from the persecution? However, the very next moment I realized how much I was mistaken when one of the monsters finally caught up with them. The monster delivered a strong blow that made the player fall to the ground and separated him from the student. Now even the driver began to worry about whether they would be able to get out of this garden alive. This monster that now separated the friends was much more massive than all those they had encountered before. First of all, the thralty began to attack the young guy, who managed to avoid the blow only thanks to the help of his friends. The player ordered the schoolboy to run forward and promised that they would catch up with him and meet him at the entrance to the garden. The boy was worried because he was the only one who knew the right way to the exit. However, he did not have time to talk about this path because he was attacked by the monster again. The guy was the weakest of the whole company, so his only option to escape was to escape. He absolutely did not want to leave his friends alone with the monsters, but there was nothing else to do. The schoolboy turned around and ran in the opposite direction from the thralty. Now the driver and the player are left alone with the monsters in this botanical garden. They continued to fight off the attacks of the monsters and gradually move forward. The strangest thing that seemed to Jongseo was that for some reason his provocation skill did not work. The guy couldn't understand for a long time what was the matter, but the audience explained to him. Thralties had neither eyes nor ears and were not aimed specifically at the player. Suddenly, the hero came up with an idea, which he decided to try. The guy kicked one of the monsters with all his might and activated the skill at the moment of contact. Immediately after this, the hero turned around and forbade his partner to attack the monsters. He explained that they detect the presence of the enemy through touch, so they are at a disadvantage. The best solution for the heroes now would be to flee. Jongseo headed in the opposite direction and hoped that they would be able to get out there. And by this moment, the schoolboy, who had remembered the correct path, had already run out to the main exit to the garden. Without the land, the monsters could no longer chase him beyond the fence. Minchiel hoped that his comrades also managed to escape from the monsters and that they would meet soon. The guy was worried that his friends were not so well versed in the garden and could get lost. He stood hesitantly for some time right in front of the entrance to the garden. The schoolboy remembered that they had agreed to meet at the entrance, but still paced from side to side in impatience. In the end, he could not stand the tension and went to a store nearby. The guy looked around carefully, but there was no one around except himself, no monsters. Minchiel carefully opened the door, walked inside the store, and took several bottles of the drink from the shelf. Then he headed to the other end of the market and paid for a couple of snack bags. The guy stopped near the counter with cigarettes, equally decided that it would be unnecessary, and walked past. He had already given up smoking, so he went ahead and grabbed a few work lighters. Minchiel wrapped the fabric around the steam, doused it with alcohol, and set it on fire, thus making a torch. The guy intended to go back to the botanical garden to help his friends. Thanks to his sweet torch, the schoolboy was able to not be afraid of monsters. They themselves were afraid of him. Thralty caught fire quite easily and then ran into the depths of the garden, burning through the others. One by one, all the monsters on the student's path became victims of his fire. Minchiel was glad that now it was not difficult for him to fight against these monsters. The guy moved forward along the road and tried to set fire to as many monsters as possible on his way. He waved his homemade torch from side to side, trying to cause as much damage as possible. The young guy watched as the huge and scary thralties lit up one after another. But one of them suddenly continued to move towards the student instead of running away from him. He came quite close to the hero and then exploded right in front of the guy's face. Minchiel clearly did not expect that the fire would have such a destructive effect on the thralty. Only now did he notice that he was in the garden, surrounded by burning trees on all sides. The fire spread from monster to monster, touching ordinary trees as well. After warming up strongly enough, the monsters exploded, causing additional damage. Now they were getting closer and closer to the student, surrounding him before the explosion. Moments before their death, the faces of the monsters reflected real horror and suffering. By doing this, They frightened Minchiel even more, forcing him to run away again. And now, right before the next explosion, the schoolboy tripped and fell to the ground. He is already preparing to die when suddenly someone sprays water on the monsters behind him. Thanks to this, the Thralty immediately went out and froze abruptly in place like statues. However, this was not the end of the battle. Someone shouted to the guy to get away from the monster. It turned out to be an old man in a yellow tracksuit with a hose in his hand. Even though the monsters had gone out, they were still about to explode any minute. Explosions woke up one after another. The grandfather grabbed the schoolboy by the hand and led him away. The guy tried to say that he was not here alone but with his comrades, but he did not listen to him. The old man believed that in such a situation one must first think about himself, and then about others. He pulled the schoolboy along some path that he had not seen on the guidebook before. Minchiel was afraid that he would completely lose touch with his friends like this. After a while, the old man led them to some kind of good that was located right in the ground. He easily opened it and pushed the schoolboy inside so that he would not fumble around at the entrance. Although the fall was not very high, the guy still hit the floor quite hard. By the time he came to his senses and sat down, the old man had already closed the hatch and went down the stairs to him. The schoolboy could not understand what kind of place this was in which he suddenly found himself. Everything hurt, but it was much better than being swallowed alive by a monster. The old man sat the guy down on a low, peculiar bed and showed him to rest first. This was his home, which my grandfather began to equip even before my end came. After that, with a childish expression on his face, the old man asked where the guy himself came from. He was dressed in a school uniform and carried a standard backpack on his back. The guy started to answer, but then he remembered about his friends and abruptly jumped to his feet. But he immediately fell back onto the bed due to the burning pain that ran through his body. Minchiel intended to leave the bunker and go in search of his friends, but his grandfather dissuaded him. He advised leaving after dawn when the monsters take root in the ground and stop moving. This advice also had its own logic, but the schoolboy still doubted whether he should listen to the old man. However, he continued to persuade the guy to wait until morning and spend the night in the bunker with him. He pressed the fact that the guys had been through a lot and had clearly already found where to hide. These words convinced Minchiel a little more, and he decided to wait until morning and go on a search at dawn. In the meantime, the old man handed his new neighbor a can of canned peaches for dinner. The schoolboy looked with suspicion at the treat offered to him in the hands of his grandfather. However, he literally put a spoon in our boy's palm and insisted on eating. He stressed that without food, the guy would not have the strength to look for his comrades in the morning. Minchiel gave in and started eating. The taste even brought tears to his eyes. And the old man, meanwhile, also brought him a bottle of water so that the guy could wash down his food. He had that creepy expression on his face that only maniacs in movies have. The old man tried to gradually get the schoolboy to talk and leave where he came from. According to the guy's story, the grandfather guessed that they arrived by train in the evening. So phrase after phrase, and now Minchiel tells the old man that 3 of them entered the garden. During his story, that same strange expression periodically flashed on his grandfather's face. The unexpected kindness of this man even slightly frightened the schoolboy. He began to refuse the extra food that the old man offered him, because it was too generous of him. The man was even going to give the guy his bed and sleep on a mattress on the floor. He didn't accept refusal, so the schoolboy dreamed of his grandfather's behavior like this and went to bed. For a long time, he was so anxious that sleep simply did not come to him. The guy was delighted with the old man's calmness and his readiness for everything in this world. He even shared food with the guy, but he was still waiting for a trick from the old man. Minchiel looked up at the people and worried about his comrades who were left outside. The guy believed that those upstairs were now busy escaping from monsters. Suddenly, instead of a light bulb under the ceiling of the bunker, the student imagined a huge canned peach. He ate them just recently and really enjoyed the taste of this food. The guy imagined that his friends were now outside dying of thirst and hunger. This vision even brought tears to the student's eyes. He turned his head a little to the side and noticed jars of those same peaches standing in the corner. The guy quietly called his grandfather, but he did not respond, apparently already fast asleep. Minchiel walked up to the food and thought that nothing would happen if he took 1 can for himself. The guy reached forward and took one from the pile that was on the table. However, the schoolboy still thought that he should not do this to his grandfather, who saved him. He decided to put the can back in its place, go back to bed, and try to get some sleep. Minchiel did just that, and the old man lay on a mattress in the corner of the room all this time. He heard what was happening perfectly well, because he was only pretending to be asleep in front of the guy. Jung-seo was annoyed that the monsters kept coming and coming every minute. The forest was packed to capacity, and the thralty, awakened by touch, set off an endless chain reaction. Soyeon apologized to her companion for losing her gun when she rolled down a hill. However, the hero was more worried about the fact that the girl had been wounded in the arm a little earlier. One of the spectators advised the player to look around and look for an axe in the garden. The guy looked back and noticed one thralty walking in the other direction. He also saw that a familiar rice cake was sitting on the monster's branches. Suddenly, he began to wave his paw at the hero, and the guy remembered where he had seen him before. This stuffed toy clearly wanted Jung-seo to follow her further into the garden. The guy knew that this would lead him to a new chest of supplies, which could be a big help now. Therefore, the hero grabbed the driver by the hand and dragged him after the toy, and the girl thought that he suddenly just remembered the right road. Meanwhile, the plush toy had already descended from the tree to the ground. The hero had saved up as much as 30 yen, so he thought that he could open any chest. He eagerly ran after his guide through the botanical garden. Suddenly, the hero stopped abruptly in place and his face expressed disappointment. The chest that stood right in front of him on the ground was worth a whopping 72 yen. Seeing the main player's hysteria, the audience explained that the cost could get very angry depending on the content. The guy grabbed his head and fell to his knees, and the driver nearby did not understand what was happening to him. The girl even thought at some point that Jung-seo couldn't stand the tension and went crazy. She grabbed the hero's face and said that they could return here at any other time. But now monsters were chasing them, so Soyeon grabbed the guy and rushed further. The hero was in real despair. He even thought about setting all the monsters on himself with a skill. However, he quickly discarded this idea and went through the options further, reaching the fire. As soon as the hero thought about setting fire to the trees, water began to spray everywhere. The guy was very surprised because this was completely opposite to his thought. Out of nowhere, sprinklers appeared in the middle of the botanical garden. Immediately after water hit the trees, they froze in their place and did not move anymore. Some guy in a tracksuit waved his hand to the heroes and called them to him. Jung-seo was disappointed to meet a person in such a dangerous and unexpected place, but they simply had no choice now but to accept someone else's help. And the stranger, meanwhile, pointed to the side and demanded to follow him. Minchul was lying on the bed in the bunker and twisting from side to side. The guy had everything swimming before his eyes, and his body felt heavy like lead. The old man on the mattress nearby heard groans and asked what was happening to the guy. The schoolboy admitted that for some reason he felt very sleepy. To this, his grandfather advised him not to worry, but just close his eyes and sleep a little. He promised to look after the guy with the creepiest expression in the world. Only now did it begin to dawn on the schoolboy that this old man was the cause of his illness. The grandfather got up from the mattress and advised the guy not to resist and sleep until dawn. After all, then he will be able to rest and all his torment will finally end. The old man walked up to the schoolboy's bed and bent over him, his words sounding very ambiguous. He said that he didn't do anything to the guy. He just saved him from the monsters earlier. But the schoolboy insisted that if that were the case, he wouldn't feel so bad now. To this, the grandfather replied that the guy was entirely to blame for what had happened and pointed somewhere to the side. He pointed to the jars of peaches and asked if the guy felt something strange. Minchul replied that he really thought that the jars were smeared with something slippery. The old man admitted that now the guy's hands were smeared in a special drug. It could be obtained from the leaves of the creatures they saw in the garden. In terms of properties, it was slightly stronger than a sleeping pill and is very well absorbed by human skin. The schoolboy had lost almost all his strength, but still asked the old man to let him go. However, the grandfather put the guy back on the bed and covered him with a sheet on top. With a creepy expression on his face, he promised that they would chat more in the morning. Minchul had time to think that he needed to tell his friends that this man was a threat. But immediately after that, his eyes closed due to the effect of the drug, and the guy fell asleep. And at this time, the driver and the player were both standing in front of the descent into the bunker, to which the stranger led them. Soyeon was already going down the stairs while the guy was holding the lid. However, the hero was not so trusting, so he demanded that the guy go down second. He was not happy with this situation, but agreed, because they had to hurry because of the monsters. Thus, Jung-seo was the last to descend and slammed the bunker lid behind him. The guy went down the stairs and at the same time looked around. The locomotive driver and the stranger who saved the guys in the garden were already waiting for him below. The hero noticed that there were many bookcases inside the bunker. A stranger interrupted his examination and offered to meet him, introducing himself as Yu Gi-sung. The guys also said their names in line, and Yeonso even shook the outstretched hand. He did this so that his friend Soyeon wouldn't have to shake it herself. Jisun noticed that he lived here alone, so he asked the guys to make themselves at home. The driver turned to her friend and asked him to get her some water. The hero wanted to take it out of his backpack, but Yu suggested that they not waste theirs but take his. The guys were suspicious, so they said that they couldn't take advantage of the guy's kindness so much. Jisun was not offended by this and only noticed that the guys could use what they needed here. The driver noticed that her friend doubted something, so she asked his opinion. However, the hero decided to just observe for now and asked Yu when they could leave. The guy told the travelers about the weakness of monsters in front of the sun and suggested that everyone go to bed for now. Soyeon asked her partner to give her the bed and happily lay down on the soft bed. The hero believed that the girl was pretending not to suspect anything. Something told the guy that this traveler would give them more problems in the future. Jung-seo leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, but something made him open them again. Through his slumber, the hero saw that his spectators were desperately trying to wake him up. That same savior came close to the guy and was going to do something to him. The hero suddenly opened his eyes and asked Gisun what he was doing next to him. Yu was scared, but said that he just wanted to shelter the guy from the cold at night. Jung-seo was unhappy that the audience woke him up because of such a trifle. The savior, pleased, offered to lay a mattress for the guy, brought a pillow and a blanket. The hero gladly accepted the help and quickly climbed into his new bed. The guy was very tired. He didn't even remember the last time he lay properly in bed. Before going to bed, the hero thought about how his younger school friend was doing there. Suddenly, viewers started writing in the chat again and kept the guy from falling asleep. He was grateful to them for this, although he now wanted to be in the driver's place. The girl was lying on a real bed and sleeping soundly, as if she was at home. The hero could not yet afford such luxury, so he pinched himself so as not to fall asleep. But at the same time, he pretended to be asleep in order to wait for the moment when Gisun fell asleep. Immediately after he was convinced of this, the hero jumped up from his seat. He rose to his feet and began to explore their current shelter. The guy sincerely believed that if he had been gullible, he would have died long ago in this crazy world. Gisun was well aware of the Thralty's habits, but still went out at night and put himself in danger. There were amenities in the bunker, but without video surveillance, the hero wanted to understand what Yu was doing. The hero noticed that he had large supplies of canned peaches. The guy came closer and picked up one of the cans to examine it. The hero immediately noticed something strange in her and asked his viewers about the same. The logo on the lid was different from the logo on the sticker on the can itself. With a special device, a person could do something with the jar and then reseal it. The audience was horrified by such treachery and called on the hero to deal with Gisun. The guy approached the sleeping savior and sharply attacked him while he was unconscious. He turned Yu face down and twisted his arms behind his back. The hero noticed that if he had been effectively asleep, he would not have started screaming even before he was touched. Their screams and fuss also woke up the driver Soyeon, who was expecting something similar. The hero ordered the girl to bring sheets so that he could tie up Gisung. The guy noticed that the girl was acting too relaxed for someone who suspected something was wrong from the very beginning. To which you replied that you simply trusted your partner, so you allowed yourself to rest. Spectators advised the player to also tie Yu's hands and feet so that he wouldn't go anywhere. This seemed like a great idea to the hero, so he did just that with the guy. The guys tied Yu to the stairs and asked him to wait one night, and tomorrow they would free him and leave. Then the savior realized that he had nothing to catch with Jung-seo and tried to turn to Soyeon. But the girl only turned away from him to the wall and advised him to remind him of this in the morning. Jisun realized that he would spend the night in this position and tried to come to terms with it. The guy was also very tired, so he lowered his head and tried to sleep. The hero decided that since the suspicious guy was tied up, he could tolerate it and relax. Soyeon also slept soundly and saw her wonderful dreams as the driver of the most beautiful train. Suddenly the girl opened her eyes due to some incomprehensible noise. She went up to Yeonsu and began to disturb him and try to wake him up. The source of the sound turned out to be the alarm clock on the guy's watch. which he had set in advance. Yu also came to his senses and immediately asked the girl to untie him, because he spent the whole night in this position. The driver was very pleased that she managed to sleep so well that night. The girl listened and realized that the steps of the monsters were no longer heard from above. She approached her partner and tried to wake him up again. This time she shook him harder. The girl loudly called the guy, but he still wasn't going to come to his senses. Soyeon realized that the hero doesn't wake up for a reason, and he looked strange. The driver immediately thought that this was their new acquaintance's fault. However, he did not hesitate to admit anything and denied his involvement. But because of his words, the girl was only more and more sure that this could not have happened without him. Yu did not admit his guilt in any way and noticed that the guy was just fast asleep. He even offered to tell how the driver's partner fell into such a deep sleep. The guy pointed to the tanks to the left of them and said that the hero had touched them at night. Even in the light, the trick was not visible, and at night it was even more impossible to notice it. Gieson said that in fact, each jar of the project has a thin layer of poison, all in order to catch enemies like them who do not know gratitude. Soyeon instantly became angry and demanded the guy give her the antidote. Gieson noted that he doesn't have it, but he can remember where the video is if he is untied. The girl cursed loudly and with all her might, roundhouse kicked Yu in the head. Marks immediately appeared on the guy's cheek, but he himself just laughed. Soyeon noted that without an antidote, she had no reason to put the guy down and untie him. To which he smiled slyly and noted that there was no need to untie him. Immediately, the girl noticed how fire began to appear behind the guy's back, out of nowhere. She jumped to the side until the flames from his clothes spread to her. Gieson only noted that they should have checked the clothes of the people they were tying up in advance. Always have a lighter in your glove, and clothing is highly flammable. The guy turned out to be a real psycho who easily set himself on fire, as if he were a log in the oven. The same driver ran up to the sleeping player and took off the blanket from him. The girl hoped that she would be able to put out the fire that had started in this way, but it did not help. Soyeon saw that her partner was lying unconscious, which meant their fate was in her hands. That is why the driver looked around and tried to find another way to solve the problem. The girl noticed a restroom in the corner of the bunker, ran inside and grabbed the hose. She turned the valve and began pouring water on the burning man. Because of the fire, the ropes that constrained the guy's movement broke, freeing him. Immediately after this, the madmen rushed at the driver, who was still trying to put out the remains of the fire. The guy pressed the girl against the wall and tried to tie her hands with this same hose. However, the driver was not so simple. She raised her knee with all her might and hit Gieson in the groin. It was a blow strong enough to knock down a grown man. Due to the fire being extinguished, it was now practically impossible to breathe in the bunker. And because of the damned fog and smoke, the girl could not see anything around her. She looked around trying to find her opponent but saw no one. Suddenly, Yu appeared right in front of her, who managed to put a respirator on his face. The guy with renewed vigor rushed at the driver, who was in a vulnerable position. He strangled the girl with his hands, and she tried to feel for something around her for defense. She was almost able to reach one of the cans, but they only fell to the floor. Gieson offered to hold the girl and thanked her for the fact that he now had enough fertilizer. He didn't even think that the guys would be able to leave so easily after causing harm to his trees. If he burned himself, the old man would use his body as fertilizer. The driver understood that she would lose consciousness a little longer, so she tried to wake up her partner by screaming. Yu said that the girl had just touched poison, which works like a sleeping pill and disables an adult for at least half a day. The guy wished Soyeon to fall asleep quickly, because then she would die faster than she could feel pain. The girl had tears in her eyes. She was no longer able to fight and was preparing for death. Suddenly, fresh, clean air rushed into the bunker and the bright sun shone. The girl looked up and saw that it was Jong-soo who opened the bunker hatch. Soyeon no longer hoped to talk to her friend again, so she was especially glad to see him now. Gieson also absolutely did not expect the guy to wake up after the poison took effect on him. And our hero went down back into the bunker and went towards the enemy. The guy guessed that since Yu was not afraid to burn the stairs, then he could just jump and open the lid. Gieson did not believe in such a stupid explanation of our hero. Jong-soo slowly walked towards his opponent and promised that he would pay him for everything. The guy grabbed the maniac by the hand with which he was squeezing the driver's throat. Yu tried to free himself from his grip and was even going to hit the hero. But he slept well and regained his strength, so he easily blocked this attack. He even joked that Geeson was so badly burned that if you pressed harder, he would crumble like coal. The hero's body was different from ordinary people. He recovers much faster. The bastard's respirator fell to the ground. The main character squeezed the idiot's neck and pressed him to the wall like a child. The bastard began to scream with anger and hatred at our main character. Suddenly, the driver intervened in their fight, hitting Geeson on the head with a can of canned peaches. And then she delivered a strong blow with her left fist to the same place. After such beatings, Yu could not stand on his feet and collapsed on the floor of the bunker. The girl flew towards him from behind and began kicking him all over his body. She was very angry about what she and her partner had to go through because of this guy. A few moments later, the hero grabbed his friend's hand and asked her to stop. He picked up the hose and began to wash the girl's palms under water to remove the poison. The hero knew that he had slept a lot, but was still glad that he woke up on time. The girl could not deny this and therefore silently allowed him to wash her hands. After this, the hero approached the maniac and decided to make sure that he could not escape anywhere. He bent down and grabbed the madman's ankle with his hand, lifting his leg up. Geeson began to beg for mercy, but saw only a bloodthirsty expression on the hero's face. Jung Seo was amazed that the guy set himself on fire, but he didn't like it when others hurt him. Yu realized that he would not be able to escape, so with tears in his eyes, he began to scream loudly and call for his grandfather. The heroes did not understand who he was trying to attract because they did not see anyone in the garden. Jung Seo suddenly became very serious and began to extract information about this grandfather from his opponent. Meanwhile, in another part of the botanical garden, someone was digging a deep hole. This someone got out, stuck a shovel into the ground, and exhaled tiredly. Grandfather wiped the sweat from his forehead and was surprised that his acquaintance, the brat Geeson, was late for the start. Directly in front of him, at the bottom of the hole, lay a tied-up schoolboy who was just beginning to come to his senses. Seeing this, the old man decided to hurry and began to gradually throw earth into the hole. At the same time, he tried to hit the boy's head and body as clearly as possible. The grandfather noticed that the schoolboy had finally woken up and stopped smiling at him. During this time, Minchil managed to get to his feet and asked the old man to let him out of the trap. To which the grandfather replied that he had already given the guy as fertilizer for the thralty. During the day, only the roots could move and absorb nutrients. Only after these words did the student realize that they had decided to turn him into food for monsters. With redoubled efforts, he began to convince the crazy old man to let him out of the pit. However, to this, the grandfather only replied that a young guy should not use foul language. It was for this reason that he loved plants. They did not cause him any inconvenience. The old man swung and with all his strength plunged the tip of the shovel into the schoolboy's shoulder. Minchiel's body was also pierced by deafening pain, and he screamed because of it. Immediately after this, the student took a step back, tripped, and fell on his back. The old man told the guy not to worry because now he won't have to worry about zombies or monsters. The roots of the tree had already begun to attack the young guy, but he fought back. At the same time, he found the strength to get back on his feet and threaten the old man. He noticed that the guy had become even more irritating than he had been before that moment. The crazy old man swung his shovel again, intending to hit the schoolboy. But he was specifically waiting for this moment, so he sharply turned his back to him. The shovel hit the guy on the hands, inflicting wounds on him, but cutting the ropes with which he was bound. The schoolboy was glad that his plan for release worked as it should. The guy turned around sharply and grabbed the old man's shovel with his hands. He intended to kill his grandfather, so he sharply pulled the shovel, causing him to fall down. The old man fell to the ground right under Minchil's feet, lay there and writhed in pain. The schoolboy noticed that they had now completely changed places with his grandfather. The guy climbed on top of the old man and began to ask him where his comrades could have gone. The madman just smiled and said that they could sell them to his dear grandson. The schoolboy was horrified that another crazy person like him could be walking through this forest. And at this time, the grandfather decided not to put it together so simply, and with the elephant's hand, he felt for a strong stone. He grabbed it and dealt the schoolboy a rather strong blow with a cobblestone right in the head. While the guy was coming to his senses, the old man rushed to the shovel that was lying nearby. Minchil couldn't let her fall into the hands of this madman. With the last of his strength, the guy pulled himself together and forcefully kicked his grandfather to the side. Immediately after this, The student himself grabbed the shovel by the handle and stood up. He hit the old man with all his might, right in the center of his stomach. Immediately after that, he used a sharp end to inflict wounds under his feet to slow him down. The grandfather began to shout that if he died here, then the guy would never be able to find his friends in the garden. The schoolboy was already preparing to strike the final blow, but after these words he froze. The old man noticed that even an explanation of the road would not help the guy find his friends, because the paths were very confusing. But Minchul only demanded to name the place since he still couldn't find them on his own. The grandfather replied that you should look for friends in the northwest of the main entrance, near the exhibition of deciduous trees. The old man saw the interest on the guy's face and thought that he was saved, and such a young man should know that killing people is wrong. However, the schoolboy only picked up the shovel and noticed that he was not as young as the old man thought. Now was just the age when he was allowed to do whatever he wanted. And now he will find friends himself because he has learned the guidebook by heart. The guy knew that there was only one alley in the northwest of the entrance, so he mercilessly dealt the decisive blow. Meanwhile, our hero escaped from the bunker and tried to come to an agreement with his viewers. The guy returned to the place where the supply chest stood and was now deciding what to do with it. He didn't have enough money for the opening, but for the audience it was a fortune. He tried to seduce them with the fact that inside he was supposed to do something very cool for that kind of money. But the observers did not give in to his persuasion, and the guy finally gave up. Instead, another idea came to his mind that he had not tried before. The guy grabbed the chest with his hands and tried to lift it or move it from its place. However, it was incredibly heavy, so the hero was left with nothing. He was literally obsessed with getting the contents of the chest and did not want to give up. One of the viewers suddenly wrote in the chat for the hero to try to spin the roulette. Later in the game, there was supposed to be a slot machine, but so far the guy didn't have access to it. Suddenly, the one wrote in the chat and asked if the guy really wanted to get this chest. He offered to lend the hero money, but in return the contents belonged to him. The spectator transferred 35 yen to the player, and he was able to open the chest by looking inside. There, at the very bottom, lay one single powerful iron axe, with which the hero went back to his partner. The guy came out of the bushes towards her, and the girl saw that he was carrying a huge axe on his shoulder. The hero said that he had found him and changed the topic, suggesting that they quickly go in search of the schoolboy. And at this time he defeated the old man and is trying to get out of the deep hole. The guy was wounded and exhausted, so it took him quite a long time. He was especially driven by the fact that the thralty roots had already absorbed his grandfather and could then take hold of him. After some time, our heroes came across an unconscious schoolboy in the garden. The guy looked very sick, poor, and was all wounded. He had clearly been crawling on the ground for some time because there was a trail of blood behind him. The driver and the player immediately rushed to the aid of their younger comrade. They noticed that the guy was bleeding and was clearly in a state of shock. Jongseo carefully picked up the schoolboy and put him on his shoulder. The guys noticed a barn not far from them and decided to go to it. There was a metal lock on the door, but it clearly was not a hindrance for the axe owner. The hero swung and hit the lock with all his might, after which the number 1 appeared above him. The guy didn't understand what this all meant because he had never encountered anything like this before. He dealt another blow, after which the number 2 appeared, and the castle itself broke and fell. Jongseo immediately opened the door and began to search the barn for anything valuable and useful to them. After a couple of moments, he came out, leading a small cart in front of him. The guys loaded the schoolboy into it, and they themselves hurried to the exit from the botanical garden. They remembered seeing a medical aid station nearby with the necessary medications. Jongseo threw Mincheol over his shoulder again and ran with him inside the building. The guys went into the first hospital room they came across and put the guy on the couch. They had little idea how to help their friend, but they knew that he needed pills and stitched up the wound. Unfortunately, all the shelves in this room were empty, so the player wanted to go to the next room. The guy left the room and went into the depths of the hospital along a dark corridor. There was no one here, but the hero still seemed as if he heard someone's footsteps. I decided to consult with my viewers. Half of them said that they did not hear any sounds. The guy was worried that the student could be in danger if something went wrong again. Therefore, the heroes ran back, ordered the driver to pack his things, and urgently run away from the hospital. He couldn't really explain anything to his partner, but he said he had a bad feeling about it. The guys were already preparing to carefully carry the student back to the cart when someone else appeared behind the door. The driver was the first to notice the approach of a man unknown to them and called out to the guy. It was a strange girl who looked out from behind the door and rejoiced at the smell of blood. The guys immediately rushed to protect their younger friend from the attack of the unknown. However, not only was the girl not afraid, she, on the contrary, went straight to the couch. She came almost close to the main character and looked straight into his eyes. The girl smiled and said that if they go to the hospital now, their friend will definitely die. She determined at first glance that the profuse blood loss had caused the poor man to go into shock. The driver looked at the girl and thought she was a little strange, so she offered to leave. But she heard everything and said that she was really strange. Everyone was telling her about it. Soyeon, I loved how close this girl got to her, but she suddenly took out her medical university student ID and introduced herself. The main character was amazed that this strange girl turned out to be a nurse. Haran noticed that if nothing is done, her friend will soon die. She noted that simply throwing the medications into the mouth would make the situation even worse for the patient. The girl said sensible things, but with her behavior she terribly frightened even the audience. In fact, she was glad that she had discovered a patient who was barely alive. Therefore, she asked permission from his companions to call her to save his life. Such sincerity was unexpected for the crazy nurse. The hero looked at the girl's face and thought about how best to act in this situation. He nevertheless decided to take a risk and allowed Haran to treat the schoolboy. And he is now deep in his subconscious and experiencing a terrible moment. It seemed to the guy that he would not have been able to defeat the old man in the garden. Therefore, it was he who was hit into the distance with a shovel and thrown into a deep hole. The student literally felt all the pain that the blow and fall from a height caused him. He clearly felt the roots of the trees slowly wrapping around his legs. Then they do the same with their hands and crawl under his skin, crawling under it. Then they squeeze his chest, squeeze his head, and burst into his eye sockets. The guy woke up from this nightmare screaming on the hospital couch in the ward. Standing right in front of him were his senior comrades, driver Soyeon and player Jung-so. Everyone, even the audience, was amazed that the nurse managed to save the guy. From the stories of his friends, the student learned that he had lost a lot of blood and slept for almost half a day. Viewers in the chat called the moment touching and began to congratulate the guy on his second birthday. Friends said that they found him near the pit in which the old man's corpse lay. Only then did Minchul notice that there was also a girl unfamiliar to him in the room. She immediately ran up to him, introduced herself, and said that it was she who saved him. The guy thanked Haran and noticed that she was proud of her work on him. Even Jung-seo was impressed and wondered if they should take the girl with them. He realized that such a strange character could create a lot of problems in the future. In any case, the guys couldn't stay in one place for a long time, even in the hospital. They went outside, and Yeonso offered the schoolboy to carry him on his back. He was amazed that he was brought here on such a terrible and dirty cart. Nevertheless, between the back of his elder and the dirty cart, the guy chose the first option. The driver rummaged through her bag and handed the nurse some food packages. Immediately after this, the heroes turned around and headed away further into the city. And Haran stood silently on the stairs in front of the hospital and did not understand what had just happened. Moving around the city, the driver noticed that they did not meet a single zombie. It was strange, so the guys decided to continue to remain vigilant. The schoolboy was worried about his elder's back and said that he was already going to go himself. He decided not to resist and placed Minkyol carefully on the ground. The driver suggested using a gas cylinder to cook food. The guys went to the first restaurant they came across on the way and started looking for something to eat. There were no zombies inside, and the travelers allowed themselves to relax a little. The schoolboy wanted to open the refrigerator and check its contents, but Jung-seo stopped him. Not a single sound came from this refrigerator, so it was better not to open it. Minchul immediately let go of the handle and walked away from the unit a little longer. During this time, the driver found several packages of ramen, seasonings, and a water filter. Jung-seo knew that there should be a convenience store nearby and went in search of it. Spectators mocked the guy and advised him to go back and open the refrigerator. But he only reminded that he was left without money and asked to donate to him more often. The hero put several packages of rice, soup, meatballs, and all this instant food into the basket. The guy looked at the state of the shelf with fresh products and decided to walk past them. He then went to other sections of the store in search of useful items. After finishing watching, the hero intended to return back to his friends. but right before the entrance I saw a nurse from the hospital and shuddered in surprise. He knew that the girl would follow him and asked the audience to better monitor the situation around them. The guy went out to the nurse and asked why she had been watching him all this time. He opened the door to the store and invited the girl to go inside. Haran came and even brought her medical suitcase with medications. She said that she was very worried about the patient and asked to take her with her. Jung Seo pointed out that in that case, she should have gone straight to Mincheol instead of following him. In fact, she came to him because she wanted to get into their group. Haran was shaking all over and didn't know what to answer to this, so that she would be allowed to stay. Jung Seo noticed that the girl now is completely different from the one they saw in the hospital. She gains self-confidence when she thinks that she is useful to people. Otherwise, she is terrified. The girl would definitely be useful to them on their further journey, so the hero understood the solution. He said that he was ready to accept Haran into the team, but with one main condition. The hero returned back to his comrades and brought them a whole basket of various food. He decided to cook himself and asked to prepare a pot and pan for him. The guy said that he lived alone at home for a long time, so he was an excellent cook. First of all, he put the pan on the stove and turned on the gas under it. For himself, Jung Seo decided that he needed to get it done in the next 30 minutes. The guy made a real show out of cooking and waved his wand like a conductor. He threw the meat patties he had taken out of the package onto the frying pan. Then the meatballs, peeled corn kernels, and butter also went there. He added a whole package of spaghetti to the broth that was boiling in the pan. Then a piece of butter flew into the frying pan, and the guy asked to prepare the rice. He himself added some canned tuna straight from the can to his mixture, and then he picked up a wooden spatula and began to thoroughly mix everything. After a while, the hero announced that the set meal named after Go Jung Seo, using ingredients from the convenience store, was ready. After that, the show was over. The guy turned to the stove and turned off the gas. The audience was amazed by such a wonderful performance and even began to applaud. The schoolboy tried his older friend's food and found it incredible. The driver also tried it and admitted that it turned out pretty good. Yeonso ate so quickly as if he was in a hurry to get somewhere. After a couple of minutes, the guy put the cutlery aside and said that he was full. The schoolboy brought his friend some water so that he could wash down his food and not choke. The hero got dressed and said that sometimes he will do strange things. You just have to accept it. The girl did not understand what he was talking about and asked where he was going to go. The guy didn't answer, but just opened the door and went out, saying that he would be back soon. He walked through the deserted city to the pre-agreed place. In front of the entrance to that same store, Nurse Haran was just sitting on the ground. The girl was really looking forward to the hero's return and was glad to see him. She heard him call her name and immediately rose to her feet and approached the player. This was her test, to wait for the guy for 30 minutes without any explanation on his part. This convinced the hero that the nurse was selling out to his control. Haran admitted that she was worried about being dumped again, but decided to wait for her boyfriend. Jung Seo listened to her very carefully and then noticed something unusual behind her. He walked over and picked up the student ID that the girl had dropped. The nurse admitted that she simply didn't need him anymore. Only now the guy noticed something odd about her student ID number. Another number was pasted on top of some of the numbers, which looked very suspicious. The girl admitted that she was in her second year, not her fourth, and came here with her older students. In the city, the military said that there was not enough space in the car and they would only take senior students. Therefore, the girl in a hurry tried to change the ticket number in this way. Jung Seo still put her documents in the girl's hands so that she wouldn't worry. He accepted her into his team and promised to protect her now. Haran was incredibly grateful for this and promised to do her best. The nurse praised her suitcase and followed her new partner. The audience started joking about how surprised the remaining guys on the team would be. And they turned out to be right. The driver and the schoolboy were forced to keep their mouths open. Haran immediately bowed as a greeting and asked him to take care of her. The guys were annoyed that Jung Seo didn't even consult them. The hero said that the girl helped them, but in the city her comrades abandoned her. Only now did the guys understand why the girl was completely alone in such a place. Geroev reminded that sometimes the team will have to accept his actions without further questions. He pointed his finger at Haran and asked them to accept her if they trusted him. The student agreed to do this almost immediately without hesitation. After all, it was this nurse who saved his life. The player did not bring her just like that. He advised the driver to quickly accept the girl, as he himself did. Soyeon was bold and decisive just a minute ago, but now she was much softer. Nurse Heron was glad to be welcomed so warmly into her new team. Jongso said that according to the girl, the city was full of Threlti. The guys couldn't believe it, because along the way they didn't meet a single monster or zombie. Therefore, the hero asked everyone to go outside and hit the nearest tree with his axe. A red mark with the number 1 immediately appeared on it, and the juice began to flow. The driver noticed that this tree definitely did not look like an ordinary one. And Yongseo wondered what these red marks with numbers even meant. Last time he didn't have time to think, the guy was in a hurry. Now the hero struck another blow to the tree, and the number above the mark changed to 2. Then the player had a guess. He once again raised the axe and brought it down on the tree. As he expected, the number above the mark changed again, now to 3. Yonzo guessed that this was some kind of counting, but he didn't understand why. Then the driver jumped out of the restaurant and asked the hero to urgently come into the room. They found a radio that was broadcasting a very important message for everyone. The voice addressed everyone who was still alive and endlessly hiding from danger. He encouraged people to come to the survivor camp that their unit was running. The voice advised people to get to the main stronghold, which is in every city. Jongseo continued to listen to the announcement and asked the driver where the radio in the restaurant came from. The girl replied that it had always been there, just turned off. The hero was surprised that members of Division 7.5 were located at almost all the main facilities of each city. The driver looked at her partner and asked what he thought he would do in such a situation. The guy froze for a moment, then slammed the table and asked if everyone had finished eating. He invited his team to get up and head straight to the bus station. By the time the guys got to the station, it was already starting to get a little dark outside. The schoolboy looked at the sky and assumed that it would soon start to rain. The hero looked at the faces of his partners and asked them not to worry so much. The girl asked if the guy had any backup plan in case of danger. In fact, the hero admitted that he wants to take the car away from the people who will also come to the station. The nurse said that she took an oath to Nightingale so she could not harm a person. The hero turned to face the girl and could not believe what he had just heard. He remembered that creepy look from the nurse when he first met her. The girl was worried that they didn't believe her, so she tried to convince her. The schoolboy tried to calm the girl down and said that they could take the car from the ones they abandoned. However, the team's first priority was to get to the nurse's shelter. The girl pointed down the alley and said that it was right around the bend. Heron noticed that they were almost there, so she asked the guys to be patient a little longer. Suddenly, the main character heard whose loud conversation it was right around the corner. At the last moment, he managed to grab the girl by the collar and drag her back into the alley. Then the guy himself carefully looked around the corner and looked at the passers-by. 3 guys stood right in the middle of the road and were talking loudly about something. The guys looked like they were real bandits with weapons. The hero suggested waiting until they leave, then moving on. He didn't know who they were, but decided it was best not to mess with them. If he turned around now, he would realize that the schoolboy looked very suspicious. While the guys were waiting for the road to clear, it became completely dark outside. Only after this they were unable to move forward and finally reached the nurse's shelter. The girl said that she lived here and pointed to a hatch in the ground. The heroes were amazed that the girl lived in the sewer. She immediately brought a special device that helps quickly open hatches. The nurse admitted that she found it nearby at a construction site and took it for herself. The girl with a deft movement opened the hatch and invited the guests to go down. The driver immediately heard a strange sound that came to the guys on the left. The girl looked back and saw that this revived tree was coming towards them. The guys quickly jumped into the sewer and then asked the nurse to close the hatch behind them. Heron directed the flashlight upward and stopped on a tree branch. The main character was shocked when he realized that it was the girl who had just illuminated. Even the audience was surprised that this nurse managed to tame the monster. The revived branch crawled out and grabbed the hatch with its roots. Then it crawled inside the sewer and closed the lid behind itself. The nurse admitted that it was the root of a tree monster. If you shine ultraviolet light on it, it closes the hole, thinking that sunlight is getting through. Somehow he believed that he could grow again if he stayed underground. The nurse did not understand what caused such surprise among her companions. Jongseo looked at Heron and decided that he had taken her with him for a reason. The girl was not only useful as a nurse, but also had other talents. In turn, the student was amazed at how beautifully the sewer was decorated. Heron admitted that she took all the flashlights and other small items from a store nearby. She even kept records of her experiments on the roots of tree monsters. The girl literally conquered all her companions with her taste and organization. She was very thrifty, so she even prepared extra bedding. The nurse herself was very embarrassed by such praise from her friends. Her lair had fairly good ventilation despite the underground water. Suddenly, the main character put his hand on the schoolboy's shoulder, which made him flinch. The player put the guy on the bed and ordered him to rest. He was still too weak. Why did the guy order the others to also settle down and rest while there was such an opportunity? The guys each lay down on a separate bed and tried to relax. The hero looked at the ceiling and thought that today was the strangest day. He asked his viewers to wake him up if something dangerous suddenly happened. The guy even allowed his observers to come to him in a dream if they wanted. After some time, the hero woke up because someone was constantly calling him. The guy heard a woman's voice in his head and suddenly sat up straight in bed. He looked around, but all the girls in their company were still sleeping. At first, the hero even decided that he had dreamed it all, but then he noticed a strange sound. The root of the tree monster that was suspended from above was swaying from side to side as if in hysterics. Then a girl started swearing in the chat because she almost exceeded her limit. She lost a lot of money, and all this time she spoke to the hero through the speakerphone function, trying to wake him up. The guy was amazed that once again he did not know about the presence of such useful functions. However, now this was not the most important thing. The hero approached the nurse and tried to wake her up. Immediately after the dream, the girl looked like a real ghost from a horror movie. Jongseo pointed to the tree root and asked him to do something with it. Heron said it was all because water dripped onto the tree. But the tree itself would need a lot of water to grow again, so there was no reason to worry. After making sure that everything was in order, the hero sent the nurse back to bed. There was a heavy downpour outside, so even a small amount of water occasionally found its way underground. Gradually it became more and more, even small puddles formed. At some point the rain became so strong that streams were already flowing underground. This was already becoming dangerous, so the audience woke up the hero again, spending their money on it. The guy woke up and saw that the water level had risen very much. Until recently, this place was quite calm until water began pouring out of the ventilation. Jongseo began to scream loudly and try to quickly wake up his partners. The guys woke up but did not understand why they were disturbed in such a hurry. The nurse has already begun to collect her things and put the medicines in her suitcase. Only now did the main character realize that they were not in a simple sewer. In fact, they decided to spend the night in a huge underground water tank. The driver immediately realized that things were not going well for them, so they urgently needed to get out. The heroes even asked their viewers how tree monsters behave in the rain. None of them knew, but the nurse handed her team some waterproof clothing. The player was worried that they could drown here and encounter monsters outside. The water came too quickly, now it reached knee level. The hero ordered everyone to grab the ladder and prepare to climb outside. Suddenly, in the support chat, one of the viewers wrote that today could be a rainy day. This meant that there were monsters that affected the environment, so it could all be related to them. After this message, Jongseo became suspicious and grabbed a large stone in his hands. The guy swung his hand and threw him forward as far as possible with all his might. The cobblestone landed straight into the water and made a loud splash, causing circles to follow. The hero's guess turned out to be correct. A huge monster was hiding in the water. The schoolboy looked down and realized that it was a terrifyingly sized crocodile. Viewers in the chat said that this is a type of monster that suddenly appears in places where water rises. The nurse was the first to go and said that the hatch did not open, as if it was pressed down by something from above. Yeonso realized that they were in a trap from which they could not escape. After sunset, tree monsters began to walk throughout the city. Apparently one of them stopped right on their hatch during the rain and now did not allow the guys to get out. Viewers in the support chat suggested that the player needs to defeat Alacroco. Yeonso was very smart, so he immediately remembered the nurse's story about the roots of the tree. The girl said that the monster would really grow quickly, but for this it would need to absorb a huge amount of water. This version of the event suited our hero, so he grabbed his axe. The guy with one blow clears the rope on which the root of the tree monster was hanging. He immediately flew down and fell straight into the water, which rose higher every minute. The hero closely watched the place where the tree fell and waited for changes. For some time, nothing happened. The guy even thought that he had made a mistake. Viewers in the support chat also started laughing because things didn't go according to plan. The hero even decided to clarify whether these roots really should grow. But the nurse didn't really answer him because she had never thrown them into the water like that. After a couple more moments, the water right under our guys began to shake. A huge root of a tree monster burst out from there and rushed upward. With every second, it grew wider and wider, filling more space. Jong-so looked at the result of his labors and was glad that the counterattack was successful. The tree reacted to the touch, so now it immediately began to attack the huge crocodile that was hiding in the water. Alacroco had huge and very powerful jaws with sharp teeth. But the tree continued to absorb water from the reservoir and became stronger every second. Thanks to this, it could get under the skin of the animal and feed on its vital forces. The schoolboy looked at what was happening right below them and realized that it frightened him. The crocodile was defeated, but the tree monster also increased in size too much. Even those at the very top of the stairs had to be careful. The heroes looked at the battle of monsters below, and another great idea came to his mind. The guy had already guessed for a long time that something was not so simple in his hands. He suddenly let go of the ladder and fell like a stone straight towards the tree monster. The audience united among themselves and established a new common mission with a reward for the hero. He had to get rid of the thralty with an axe and receive a reward of 20 yen. All his fellow heroes were amazed at his recklessness this evening. The hero has already imagined himself as a real woodcutter and went to chop special firewood. The guy raised his right hand and swung the axes with all his might. He asked his viewers for support when the first blow struck the monster's roots. After the touch, the provocation skill immediately worked, which increased the hero's strength. Therefore, the second blow hit even harder than the first, about 10 times. However, at the same time, Jong-so did not forget about his opponent's attacks. The guy was on the alert all the time and dodged the blows of the tree monster. Immediately after this, he returned to the roots cutting and struck wherever he could reach. Due to the fact that all his physical abilities were increased, the hero could cut small branches with one blow. The guy noticed that this axe had a pretty strong attack, but its true potential was still hidden. The player's companions were still at the top of the stairs, looking at him in horror. The schoolboy had recently become very attached to his elder and was now worried that something might happen to him. And the hero, meanwhile, continued to fight quite successfully with the tree monster. The guy had already struck 7 blows with his axe, cutting off small wins from the thralty. At the height of the battle, spectators helped the guy and reported unexpected attacks. And now Chanso was able to parry the blow from the left and deliver his 8th blow to the enemy. Almost immediately, he was followed by the 9th blow, which fell on a fairly thick branch. The hero had a feeling as if the axe was becoming sharper and stronger with each new blow. If he started with small roots, then with the 10th blow he was able to cut the monster in half in the thickest place. The hero's last attack managed to impress even the driver Soyeon, who was skeptical about everything. Viewers in the chat were also incredibly happy that Jung-seo managed to land 10 blows. This number accumulates regardless of which part the hero hits. And after reaching the extreme point, the axe cuts in with enormous cutting force. The monster has already reached its limit because it drank all the water accumulated in the tank. The hero grabbed his axe tighter and rushed at the thralty for the second pass. The guy swung his weapon from side to side and struck powerful blows at the branches of the tree. Before he had time to look back, he had already reached the count of as many as 9 axes. The hero raised his weapon triumphantly above his head, intending to deliver the decisive blow. This time he had enough strength to cut the tree monster right in half. Even the walls shook from the enormous power of this cutting blow. Wooden chips of various sizes from large to small flew in all directions, and the very center of the thralty crumbled into small pieces like an old rotten log. Only then did Jung-seo allow himself to relax and sit down, leaning his back against the wall. The guy was very pleased that he completed the mission and received an excellent reward for it. The hero looked up at the stairs and told his partners that they could go down. All 3 were each in their own way delighted with the work the guy had done. The schoolboy, as always, openly respected his elder, and the driver still tried to hide it. But the nurse was simply delighted with the man who accepted her into his team earlier. The whole trio went down and asked if the tree was dead. Minchil even kicked a branch, but Soyeon said not to touch it just in case. Heron was incredibly happy that now she had more raw materials for experiments. The hero noticed that after the death of the Alacroco, the rain stopped, and it was now possible to go outside. The guy, as usual, turned out to be right. The street was getting lighter. The clouds were dissipating. The schoolboy needed a new backpack, so the whole group went to the nearest shopping center. There they went into a store where Minchiol was twirling in front of the mirror and trying on different models of backpacks. It was a sports store with equipment too, so the hero suggested that everyone arm themselves at the same time. Viewers in the chat joked about Jongseo putting together a full-fledged baseball team. However, suddenly the children's fun was interrupted by someone's rude voice nearby. Everyone immediately hid, whoever managed to go where, and began to monitor what was happening. A man with a bat in his hand stopped right in front of the glass doors of their store. Another one joined him, and from the conversation it was clear that the guys were looking for someone. Someone else called them and a couple of strangers ran away. The hero immediately noticed that these were not the same guys they met last time. However, they all had the same tattoos, so the guy assumed that they were all from the same gang. Yonzo wanted to tell the rest of his partners about his guess and turned to them. Only now the player noticed that the schoolboy was standing white as a sheet of paper and trembling all over. The rest of their group noticed his strange state. The nurse even came up to the boy and gently cried on his cheek with her finger. Luckily for the schoolboy, all the other kids just thought he was scared of the bandits. However, the hero still noticed that Minchel's face showed more anxiety than fear. The guy decided not to do anything about it for now and went to the street to investigate first. No one was visible around them, so the hero suggested that the others quickly go to another place. But as soon as the company left the store, they immediately heard a scream next to them. Some man in a tracksuit was running a little higher than half the street right at them. Yonzo immediately realized that this meeting would not end well for the team. The stranger was already very close to the guys and asked them for help. Suddenly something hit him on the head from behind and he lost consciousness and fell. Even the hero was amazed at such blatant cruelty towards a living person. The man lay on the cold ground and one of the gang of bandits appeared behind him. He was extremely angry and annoyed that he had to run around the area after this guy. Before this, the bandit was focused on his victim, but then he looked up and noticed a group of heroes. He was especially interested in the axe that one of those guys was holding in his hands. The bandit called two more of his thugs to him. Now the three of them blocked the street. The hero did not want to put the guys in danger, so he showed them to get ready to escape. However, then something happened that Yongseo did not expect, but which explained a lot. The bandit suddenly pointed his bat at the schoolboy and called him by name as if he were an old acquaintance. The hero immediately guessed that the guys really knew each other, but he wanted to hear it from Minchul himself, and he only remained silent with an expression of horror on his face. The bandit wanted to get closer to the guys, taking advantage of their confusion. However, Jongso threatened him with his axe and ordered him to stand still and not come closer. The hero said that they just want to quietly and peacefully turn around and move away. The bandits clearly did not agree to this situation because something funny had just happened. They had not seen the schoolboy for so long, and he did not even want to greet them. To which Jongso replied that he has the right to do this. In return, they can say goodbye and go their separate ways. The bandit demanded that the guy stop answering for the schoolboy because he was no longer a kid. However, it was the schoolboy himself who stood behind his comrades and did not utter a word. Seeing the whole situation, the hero sighed heavily, scratched his head, and realized that he had no choice. Now he was going to make the gang regret not leaving them immediately. To which the bandit just laughed and noted that the company did not understand what they were getting into now. The tattooed man swung the bat and said that he would count to 3 only out of respect for the old days. At the first count, our hero grabbed the handle of his axe more tightly. On the second, the student still shuddered silently, but continued to stand in place. The bandit struck the third with a bat, but encountered resistance. Someone yelled so hard about beating him that you fell out of his hands, and the guy himself was thrown back. Now our hero will rush to attack his opponents, protecting the student and the team. Without further ado, he simply stabbed the green-haired man right in the chest. His partner saw all this and, screaming, rushed at the guy attacking them. It wasn't difficult for Jongso to take out both of them with just one blow. The guys immediately flew back, holding onto their limbs, wounded by the axe. During this time, the gang commander came to his senses and reached for his iron bat. But our hero was not particularly frightened. He calmly approached the bandit. Then, without any further warning, he struck him with an axe directly in the left shoulder. The green-haired man grabbed his wound and now no longer risked pretending to be tough. Moreover, Jongso stepped on his cue ball and ordered him to get up from the asphalt. The guy pushed the bat towards the bandit and noticed that even the works were smarter than him. This made the tattooed man terribly angry, so he ordered the hero to shut up. The guy started shouting something about how the hero still had no idea who he was facing. But Jung Seo knew that he was the coolest, because he is the only main character in this game. The bandit was ready to go crazy from such impudence of some young guy. He lost all patience and immediately rushed at his opponent. Jung Seo was calm, so it was not difficult for him to crouch down and thus dodge. Immediately after this, the guy counterattacked his opponent, wounding him in the leg. After such wounds, the bandit could not stand normally and fell to the ground. During this time, the remaining two of the gang came to their senses and rushed at the hero at the same time. This time, the guy did not waste time on trifles and immediately hit the vital points. He cut the neck of one of the guys with an axe, and he fell on the second one out of surprise. But he didn't have much time left either. The hero struck him right on the head. After such injuries, there was no chance that the bandits could survive. Jung Seo took out his axe, brushed the blood off it, and headed back to the green-haired man. He immediately realized that our guy was not coming with him to talk about plans for his life. The bandit tried to drive the hero away, and he himself tried to crawl away from him. However, Jung Seo reminded him that from the very beginning he had offered to disperse quietly and peacefully, but he himself refused. Then a nurse intervened in their conversation and offered to cure the guy. The hero decided that it would be a great idea to save and treat the guy until 3 times until he becomes inoperable. The bandit now has a video of 2 crazy people in front of him and tried to find help from a schoolboy. He asked these 2 psychos to stop him at the expense of their times for old time's sake. Only now Minshul admitted that he had previously gotten involved with bad company. But this did not last long. Good people helped him. The guy returned to school and completed his studies. The hero was worried about something in his story that usually such companies don't let go just like that. To which the student replied that one of the 3 people was connected with the police, and he was released to avoid problems. And now, without these kind people nearby, he was faced with the past and became afraid. The hero looked at the bandit lying on the ground and asked him about the reliability of Minshul's story. The man whose head was crushed under the boot confirmed the story and added that they had not communicated since then. Yeonzo was satisfied with this answer, and the guy was about to finish off the bandit with an axe. He began to scream heart-rendingly out of fear of his imminent death. But then the driver approached the hero and stopped him, giving the bandit hope. She wasn't against killing the guy, but she wanted to ask him a few questions again. The bandit was chased off the ground and tied standing to a nearby tree. The guys hoped to have time to interrogate the green-haired man before the roots appeared. Jung Seo leaned over to the guy and said that they chained him to the tree monster. During the day, he was not in danger, but the hero said that the roots of a tree were hidden underground. They react to any noise and can go outside even during the day in the light of the sun. And additional wounds on the guy's body will only help them suck out all the nutrients faster. Of course, it was a blatant lie, but it worked and greatly frightened the bandit. The guy asked him to have mercy and let him go, and not kill him or feed him to monsters. Not that the hero replied that the man who was killed by the bandit recently also asked to be saved. After this phrase, the green-haired man realized that they would not let him go and began to tell everything about his gang. He called her name and said that in total there were 20 people in the gang. The truck overturned, so they were looking for parts for repairs here and were planning to leave after that. Jung Seo thanked the bandit for the necessary information and called him on the cheeks. Immediately after this, the hero returned to his team and they all went away from this place. The bandit saw this and started screaming so that the guys wouldn't leave him chained to a tree like that. Jung Seo turned around at these cries and decided that it was necessary to nip the seed of discord in the bud. Therefore, he returned to the guy, took out his axe, and with one precise blow ended his life. A little later, another company of men appeared at this place. The leader had a scarred face. Their gang comrades did not return in time, and the guys went in search of them. But they arrived too late and only stumbled upon the corpses of their friends. The guys decided that another group of survivors had done this, but before going to the boss, they had to find them. Scar looked at his comrade, who was tied to a tree, and realized that he had been tortured before his death. One of the guys who was looking around the area said that he had found the rest of the bodies. 2 of them belonged to gang members, and the other one was unknown to them. Therefore, the bandits first assumed that the showdown was organized by a group of strangers. However, they quickly dismissed this idea, because it was unlikely that they would have thrown his body here. There was someone third, and not so long ago because the bodies were still warm. The detachment commander sent his subordinates to comb the surrounding area. He himself bent over the corpses and thought that a large number of funerals awaited them in the near future. Mincheol said that the leader of the group with huge balls on his face is called Ju Sang-jin. He had not seen them for a long time and was not even sure that she still existed. Jung Seo told the guy not to worry because they would have run into them in the city anyway. Mincheol remembered that the leader usually created several units and led them. Something like patrol officers, task forces, escorts, and other things. Earlier, they came across a patrol unit carrying out orders for the boss, such as robberies and surveillance of the surrounding area. The hero remembered that at first there were 20 guys, which means now there are only 17 left. A little ahead, the guys found the empty truck that the deceased had spoken about. Yeonzo came closer to the car and suggested that it used to transport zombies. The nurse looked at the front of the truck and said it was indeed broken. The car was almost completely disassembled for parts, even the battery was taken out. Jung Seo looked at the remains and joked about how they were dealing with people of low social responsibility. The guy approached the driver and told her everything, and found out about this car. In any case, the car was signed, and the guys had to move on. Suddenly something caught our hero's attention, as if someone was watching them. The hero suggested that this could be surveillance by the gang's patrol officers. The guy took out an axe and slowly walked towards the corner of the building to check his guesses. But it turned out to be another man in the same tracksuit as the first one killed. The hero looked at him and ordered him to introduce himself if he didn't want to die in a minute. The man identified himself as the driver of the truck that was attacked and dismantled by the bandits. He said that he ran and hid and the schoolboy had never seen him before. After that, Jung Seo looked carefully at the stranger again and noticed a familiar shape. And he was on his knees and talking about how their car was attacked by bandits. At first, the infected were chasing them, and those guys came close as if they were helping. And then they began to break the heads of his comrades, only 2 managed to escape. Based on Jung Seo's story, one can guess that this man does not yet know about the death of his partner. He, his own hero, found out that the bandits had gone south, so their routes did not intersect. The guy intended to just forget about everything and go on his way, which surprised the survivor. For some reason, he believed that now they should move together, with which our hero did not agree. The man asked the guys if they really weren't going to go south. To which Jung Seo replied that they did not want to cross paths with the gang, so they would go in the other direction. However, the stranger began to worry even more and added that there was nothing to do in the north without a car. He said that there ahead the monsters spread like an impenetrable vine throughout the entire territory. People who go there on foot were simply torn to pieces, so without a car there is no point in even trying. The man noted that those monsters never attacked passing cars, only pedestrians. Viewers confirmed his words and added that this is a reverse speed detector that kills slow people. Jung Seo admitted to himself that without a car, there was really no point in even trying to go north. The stranger added that, according to the stories of the people he met, this situation was in all directions. In the north there was a railway and an arboretum, so the heroes needed to get there. But the student was also worried about the gang in the south because they were well trained. However, the hero already had a plan ready that would work if they joined forces. The stranger listened to the conversation of the guys and realized that he had encountered amazing people. Jung Seo was pleased with the praise, so he asked the stranger's name and looked at him with a smile. The man beamed at this turn of events and said that his name was Oh Yeon-jun. The hero thanked the driver for the information he provided and wished him good luck. Yeon-jun was amazed by these words because he was sure that the guys would go with him. Jung Seo said that he would be glad to take the man with him, but he couldn't do it. The guy pointed somewhere down, and now everyone noticed the driver's left hand, which was wounded. The hero immediately guessed at first glance that this was far from an ordinary wound. Yeon-jun didn't notice it himself, but the nurse immediately identified signs of infection in him. The man only now realized that he was wounded by a zombie and would soon die in any case. He definitely didn't want to die. He wanted to live as long as possible in this strange world. In desperation, the man turned his head up and suggested simply cutting off his hand and stopping the infection. This proposal was so unexpected that even our hero Yeon-seo asked back in surprise. The nurse passed it on because even more serious consequences could arise after amputation. The infection could begin to spread in another way, for example, through damaged blood vessels. The girl told the patient all these horrors so that he would accurately understand the consequences of the operation. Jong-so asked not to scare the man, but Heron had to get consent. The hero noted that if too much time has passed since infection, then amputation will only speed up death. But the man desperately wanted to live on and was ready to do anything for this. He was not going to die so unfairly because of some bandits. Jong-so took his axe to the nurse and asked her to sterilize it. And he turned to his viewers for help, organizing some kind of mission. The two of them rallied together and created a mission with a good reward. During the amputation, the guy had to first cut off all the fingers on his hand individually. If the task is successfully completed, the patient will be able to move around for an hour without feeling the effects of the operation. Jong-so agreed to such conditions. He did not have to choose in such a situation. The guy asked the nurse to help him, but the girl only covered the patient's eyes with her hands. Jong-seo said that she misunderstood him and asked her to support Yeonjun's hand. The hero was mentally prepared for the fact that he would have to cut off a man's fingers. He didn't want to cause unnecessary pain, but he accepted that otherwise the whole operation would be meaningless. The guy looked into the patient's eyes and said that he was being admitted for amputation. Outside, a schoolboy and a driver guarded the operating room from interference. Every now and then, they could hear the terrifying screams of a patient whose hand was being cut with an axe. Soyeon wanted to thank the guy afterwards for not having to watch the process. It was impossible to even just hear these heartbreaking screams. After some time, the screams did not stop, and the girl began to think about how many blows had been struck. Gradually, even the weakest parties from behind the door were able to disappear. There was complete silence. Then the lock clicked and the door opened. The young nurse looked out into the corridor and reported that the operation was completed successfully. The guys went inside and saw a man lying on a sheet without an arm and unconscious. They noticed a bloody mess that was covered on the table with a rag. Jong-so advised not to look at the remains of the hand because it was chopped into pieces. Instead, the guys approached Yeonjun and inquired about his health and condition. The hero replied that if the man did not wake up within 5 minutes, they would leave without him. They couldn't wait long because there were gang guys roaming around. Before they had time to finish the sentence, the man suddenly woke up and sat up straight. He didn't even really understand what had happened. Only later did he notice the absence of a hand. The hero replied that after the third finger, Yeonjun passed out from pain, but now he felt great and thanked our hero for everything. He only asked the man to calm down and please move on. But there was no stopping him, so he began to bow at the feet of the guys who saved him. Suddenly, some noise outside attracted the attention of our hero. Members of the bandit group appeared outside again and circled the cars. The guys were in favor because they were given very stupid, dangerous missions. Previously, the hero had not seen these persons, but from the conversation he realized that they were looking for spare parts. For some reason, their boss was very interested in one refrigerated truck. He did not agree to exchange the broken truck for any other working vehicle. Because of this, the guys were forced to go around the city again and look for certain rare spare parts. From conversations, the hero realized that the bandits are very afraid of their boss, since they work even with such an attitude. He returned to the others and reported that 2 of the gang were standing outside. The guy suggested not killing them right away, but following the guys to find their base. Everyone agreed to this, but the driver suggested setting up surveillance with one person and not all at once. The genius agreed with the girl's proposal, noting that it would be logical. But now they had to decide who exactly would go after the bandits. It was only then that the hero noticed that Yeonjun himself volunteered for this mission as gratitude for the rescue. The guys with tattoos took the wheels off another truck and were now rolling them in front of them. They found the right part and were now planning to return back to base. At some point, the guys thought they were being watched, but they didn't see anyone nearby. And Yeonjun stood around the corner and didn't understand how he got into such a situation. Suddenly, the guys met their friend and were very surprised to see him here. Out of fear, one of them even stopped holding the wheel and then rolled forward. It stopped and fell right in front of the feet of this very familiar one. It turned out to be the captain of the bandits himself, Ju Sanjin, accompanied by his retinue. He told the guys not to worry because he came for them, but was looking for someone. He told them that somewhere in the area there must be a man who killed 3 of his comrades. Therefore, the head of the detachment wanted to deal with everything himself, until the boss found out about it. That's why he advised the guys to mind their own business and not interfere where they weren't asked. Yeonjun overheard the entire conversation and relaxed when he realized that the guys had separated. However, the man was worried that this squad leader might stumble upon Jongso. The guy was wondering whether he should go back and warn his friends or keep an eye on him. In the end, he decided that the safety of the room was more important. The man waited until the bandits left the main road so he could return. But as if to spite them, they walked very slowly and chatted about their own things. Because of this, it took Yeonjun a long time to turn onto the road he needed. But immediately after, the guy accelerated and rushed to his new friends. He was in a great hurry to return to them, but as he approached, he simply froze in place in surprise. The driver took the bat from the bandit and now incapacitated him with a blow to the knee. A schoolboy used a pipe to beat another gangster-looking guy. Even the nurse fought and stuck something sharper into the third's eye. But the most dangerous head of the patrol squad was now confronting our hero. The guy took out his sharp knife and held it as if he was ready to kill anyone. Jongseo saw Sangjin's face and realized that he is not as scary as they say. The bandit asked the guy in front of him if he had killed his comrades, but the hero did not answer. But instead, Jongseo decided to ask if he really bullied Mincheol himself. The head was dissatisfied with the fact that he once picked up a schoolboy from the street, and he repaid them in this way. The hero proposed to resolve this issue among themselves as captain with captain. Sungjin was furious that this guy allowed himself to talk to him like that. But Jongso didn't care about his opinion. He only considered himself better. The head of the bandit squad understood that the guy was right, so he was even more furious. He started looking around, trying to come up with a new plan. Only then did he notice a man with a bandaged hand nearby. Yeonjun realized too late why that bandit was staring at him like that. He didn't have time to react when Sungjin ran up to him and hit him on the back of the neck. They stuck the tip of a knife to his throat and began to use him as a hostage. To this, Jongso noticed that the guy turned out to be even more of a non-entity than he thought. The guy believed that as a captain, the bandit should have had at least a drop of pride. But he only threatened the wounded man with a knife and used it as a human shield. Jongseo noted that bandits should be treated the way they deserve. He was seriously frightened by this phrase from Sungjin and even backed away a little. Yeonjun said not to worry about him because he was already at his limit. But this did not stop the bandit. He decided to finally finish off the man. The guy stuck his knife in his chest and threw him on the street, and he ran away. Even the spectators were in favor of the head of the detachment. They demanded tenfold punishment for him. Jongso was also worried that now all his work to save the man had gone downhill. Scar ran pretty fast, but he still couldn't hide from our hero. The guy was very angry, and without much effort he caught up with the bandit. Without warning, he apparently asked for his axe in Sungjin's back. From the force of the blow and the pain in his body, he lost his balance and fell straight onto the road. The guy tried to at least crawl away from the hero, but he followed on his heels. The guy noticed that the best part of all such plots in films and games is the punishment. Without pity, he leaned down and struck the bandit on the wrists with the axe. The guy looked like he was not himself at that moment and demanded Sungjin to apologize. He wounded the bandit again and again and continued to demand that he repent of what he had done. Before each new blow, Jongso looked into the eyes of the enemy and demanded that he ask for forgiveness. In the end, the bandit gave up and said that he would apologize if the hero spared him. Sungjin apologized to Jongseo and asked if he was happy with it now, to which the guy responded negatively and grabbed the bandit tightly by the hair on his head. He turned his head to the guys and said that he should apologize to them first of all. And I noticed to you that words alone from his dirty mouth will not be enough. The hero forced the bandit to make a deep bow by simply slamming his head into the asphalt. Then he understood the guy back for his questions and said that one bow was clearly not enough here. The hero forcefully lowered the bandit's head back, slamming it into the asphalt again. The guy did this several times, but the driver already thought it was too much. She called Gel about his name and asked him to stop, but he did not hear her. The guy forced the bandit to bow to the ground again and again, completely breaking his face. Only the voice of a nurse asking for help could bring the guy to his senses. The girl noticed that the infection in the man's body was spreading faster and faster every minute. By cutting off the hand, they only delayed the effect, but the infection of the body had already begun. Yeonjun heard all this, and now lay on the ground and apologized to the guys for the inconvenience caused to them. Jongso asked the guy not to waste time on this nonsense and only asked him if he had found the group's base. Suddenly, the man found strength in the net and rose from the ground, surprising everyone. Spectators suggested that this was already the death throes. Yeonjun held on with all his might and promised his friends to take them to the enemy's lair. Jonzo approached the schoolboy Mincheol and invited him to deal with his dark past. The boy was serious and felt sorry for himself and wanted to deal with them. The whole team gathered and set off after their dying guide. After some time, Yeonjun moved away from the guys and went slightly ahead of them on the road. He intended to divert the attention of the bandits gathered here. The man, to whom no one was paying any attention, crept closer to the lair. There he stopped and shouted as loud as he could, attracting the attention of those gathered. The wounded man screamed loudly and demanded that the most important thing come to him. In response to the noise, a man in a red tracksuit named Gu Yonghen came out. As the schoolboy warned, it really turned out to be the guy from his description. None of the bandits believed that such a weak man could kill their leader. He was one-armed and also had a knife wound to the back of his chest. But he still managed to infuriate him by speaking, so the guy decided to deal with the alien himself. His subordinates carefully handed him a pipe with one sharpened end. Red was angry that someone was ruining their long-awaited car repair celebration. The gang leader promised the stranger that he would surely die on this beautiful day. The infected person has increased strength due to the action of adrenaline in his blood. While he was distracting the bandits in front, the second part of the attack was being prepared for them from behind. The driver quietly crept up to the last guy and took off his head with one strong blow. On the opposite side, the schoolboy did the same with another bandit. Hearing the sounds of a struggle behind him, the leader was distracted from the charged one and turned back. The three people gradually killed his fellow gang members without pity in their eyes. Even a girl dressed as a nurse calmly plunged a scalpel into the eyes of her opponents. And behind this deadly trio walked a strong guy with a sharp axe in his hands. He was so strong and merciless that he reminded everyone gathered of the Angel of Death. The red-haired leader did not understand at all what was happening here now and why they were being attacked. Suddenly, he thought he saw a familiar face in the crowd in the middle of the battle. The guy was in real shock because he recognized this young schoolboy's name as Yang Mincheol. Because of this, he received a moment when the same Angel of Death managed to get close to him from behind. The gang leader was shocked that this whole battle was about the guilt of some brat. Case the man did not have long to live in the form of a man. In the meantime, Jung-so decided to start searching for the escaped leader. The car was still here, which means he couldn't run away somewhere far. Therefore, Jung-so turned to his friend Yeonjun and invited him to complete his last mission. And at this time, the leader of the group was hiding somewhere nearby and looking out the window. He could not believe that, because of a schoolboy, he had lost all his people in an instant. But then the guy heard that the guys were going to check the building where he was hiding from them, and he panicked. He knew that now he would definitely not be able to cope with all of them alone, so he ran higher. One of the fundamentals of combat is to take advantage of the high ground. On the way, the guy picked up a piece of reinforcement as a weapon and prepared to defend himself. For him, the main thing now was to get to the car with the refrigerator and leave the city. Suddenly, his train of thoughts was interrupted by the appearance of a schoolboy in the doorway opposite. The former leader of the group began to scold him for betraying him in his time. But Mincheol was disappointed that instead of greeting him, he was immediately accused of betrayal. He recalled that because of the leader, he could not even go to his school normally and lost time. But Enchen was even more infuriated by the fact that the guy was no longer afraid of him, as he had been before. The schoolboy accused the leader of appearing in his life and almost ruining it. Yankin tried to shift responsibility for this onto the guy himself. But he replied that he just started smoking and he was drawn into the gang by threats. After this, the student got tired of enduring threats and invited the former leader to come downstairs to him. But he thought that Mincheol's comrades were waiting for him outside the door, so he was not going to go down. But then the guy heard voices from somewhere above and raised his head. One flight above him stood two crazy girls with weapons in their hands. The guy realized that he was surrounded and began screaming throughout the house. The girls asked him to close his mouth and either go down or go up to them. The guy understood that he definitely couldn't cope with both, so he looked at the schoolboy again. Now it seemed to him the safest option of all possible in such a situation. The leader began to go downstairs with a roar and kept shouting threats as he walked. The schoolboy calmly stepped aside and closed the door right in front of the nose of his former leader. The guy lost his balance due to the impact and fell to his knees on the stairs. But then two girls from above made themselves known, so the leader blew himself up and rushed down the stairs. He hoped that no one was waiting for him below, and that this would give him the opportunity to escape. The guy rushed out into the street and was glad that no one was waiting for him here. And just in front of him, he saw his favorite truck, which was intact. Yenkin was so happy to see him that he did not notice the guy with an axe approaching from behind. Then he began to chase him, trying to grab him by his clothes and stop him. But the leader managed to be the first to reach the truck and open the door to the booth. There, driving, he saw one of his gang comrades who always wore a mask. The guy was surprised that he was still alive, but suddenly received a blow to the back of the neck. The red-haired man immediately lost consciousness and slowly sank to the ground right in front of the car. Sometime later, he woke up and realized that he was sitting inside his truck. The car was moving along the road, and the leader thought that his comrade had saved him. He was about to thank his quick-witted assistant, but something seemed strange. The guy looked
Я иду вперед, напрягая цели, знак, как светлый взгляд. Достигаю высот, без границ. Каждый день это новый бит, словно гром, разрываю тишину. Каждое мгновение ценю. В моем сердце огонь не угас, ведь я знаю, что весь мир для нас. All in one, я в игре, словно звезда на экране. All in one, жизнь как мечта, я в ней главный герой, да-да. All in one, свет в глазах, лечу к мечте, словно в облаках. All in one, весь мир мой, иду вперед с открытой душой. Время идет, не стоим на месте, мы все здесь, на одной орбите. Каждый миг это шанс, бери, вместе с нами к мечте лети. Я не боюсь новых высот, мир в руках, мой полет. Все, что хочу, достижимо, жизнь моя непобедима. Моя дорога полна огней, с каждым шагом я сильней. С верой в сердце, в душе огонь, я иду вперед, не стой на месте, бро. All in one, я в игре, словно звезда на экране. All in one, жизнь как мечта, я в ней главный герой, да-да. All in one, свет в глазах, лечу к мечте, словно в облаках. All in one, весь мир мой, иду вперед с открытой душой. All in one, моя жизнь, каждый день новый приз.
And most importantly, they worked together. The guys got into the car and decided that their next goal was to get to Jeju Island. He asked the audience far away whether it was better to get there by plane or boat, but received no answer. The guy thought a little and decided that it would be better to go to the east now. They had no information and did not know where the safe zone was. Therefore, by going to the east, the guys increased their chances of meeting many people from different directions. On the way, they often encountered huge potholes in the asphalt caused by vines. A little further along the road, the hero again noticed some strange stripe that glowed blue. The truck crossed it, and a system notification immediately appeared indicating the end of the storyline. Now the hero had access to new skill functions and more detailed information in the skills window. New functions of offers and stores appeared inside the game itself. Everything was also in the window. Because of this, the hero realized that the eastern direction was correct in such a situation. The guy called up his skills window and began to gradually become familiar with them. All of them were now divided into permanent and one-time, but in each type there were only 3 pieces maximum. The hero was unhappy that he would have to constantly remove unnecessary abilities. He was upset that this restriction put him at a disadvantage. But viewers advised first to familiarize yourself with all the other new products. The guy listened and called out suggestions, after which he saw a small microphone in front of him. The audience began to laugh at who would agree to pay such a price for temporary weakness. Because under the microphone was written the cost of deafness at a whopping 100 yen. The hero read the sentence out loud, and the number 10 immediately appeared in front of him. A second later it changed to 9, but nothing happened. The hero decided not to do anything for now and just watch the countdown. He sat silently and watched as the numbers gradually decreased before his eyes. The guy asked the audience what would happen after the countdown ended. But they just laughed and said that the hero himself would soon find out because the countdown had ended. Then the microphone disappeared and he realized early on that he could now offer missions himself to his viewers. He immediately decided to check it again and again offered to rest, but for 1,000,000 yen. The guy knew that this would take a very long time, so he didn't worry about his precious hearing. At the end, there was a notification that after 3 missions not accepted, they would be banned for the rest of the day. Next, the hero wanted to check the store, but the car suddenly braked and distracted him. Yonzo didn't pay attention to the road at all, so he didn't expect such an unexpected braking. The guy looked ahead and saw that the entire road was full of holes and debris from obstacles. The hero noticed that this matter was no longer a matter of vines, as if people themselves were destroying everything. The guys got out of the car and realized that they would have to leave it here if they wanted to move on. First, it was necessary to get to the river itself across the bridge. The guys looked down and noticed that the water level had risen greatly. And in front of us, the entire bridge was littered with broken cars. It was only possible to cross it on foot. The schoolboy doubted this idea, but the hero believed that they were going in the right direction. The audience believed that all the bridges were already broken, but the hero was simply lucky with this. On the neighboring bridge, the guys noticed smoke and decided to quickly leave theirs. And under their feet there were remnants of military equipment lying here and there, which also did not inspire confidence. Suddenly there was a deafening roar and the bridge shook slightly. The guys saw that the pile of the neighboring river crossing had exploded. The bridges around them began to collapse, and the guys were still only in the middle of their journey. Immediately everyone realized that they urgently needed to run as far as possible from the crossing. The hero tried to assign a mission and asked for double speed for running through the fire. But his offer price was set at 100 yen, which was very expensive. On the other hand, the guy realized that since the price was so high, the danger was no lower. Nobody accepted his offer, so the mission counter was reset for the rest of the day. Suddenly, a bright red light appeared right ahead, and the bridge shook under the guy's feet. This time, the explosion occurred just below them, and the road began to collapse. Jongso found himself in the worst position and began to slide down. He grabbed the railings, but they also fell down along with a piece of the bridge under the guy. The nurse extended her hand to the hero, hoping to grab him and pull him back. Jongso also reached out to her with all his might, but still didn't reach her a little. The guy swore loudly when he realized that he would still fall into the water from the bridge after the explosion. He was simply unlucky to be standing right next to the place where the explosion occurred. Yonzo fell straight into the churning water. He had managed to swim and was now trying to stay above the surface. The guy sank down and then floated up, gulping air. He saw nothing in front of him, but a woman's voice urged him to swim to the left. Everything was further complicated by the fact that debris, large and small, continued to fall from the bridge. The hero had to not only swim, but also dodge them. He tried to follow the advice of the voice, which told him which way to swim. The same voice supported him and said that there was just a little effort left to do. The hero himself began to see the outlines of the earth not far ahead of him. Just when he thought that he was no longer able to swim, a wave threw him onto the shore. The hero immediately lost consciousness and came to his senses from the screams of an already familiar voice. It still took him a while to spit out all the water and catch his breath. The guy sat down and immediately began to thank the audience for his salvation. They replied that his companions were also carried away somewhere, most likely, because it was famous for its current. Jongso was clearly not happy with this prospect, and he also had a headache. Only now the guy noticed that Nurse Heron's bag was lying next to him. The hero put it on his shoulder and told his audience that he had big problems. The bag is his only thing. He lost his partners and did not know where to look for them. That's why the guy said that if anyone wants to support poor Jongso, he will gladly accept some yen. Even the audience decided that the guy was crossing the line because his friends could be dead. But he understood that his squad had been hit, so there was nothing else left. But in his heart, the guy hoped that since he survived, then they too could survive. The hero only now realized that for the first time he was left alone after the quest at school ended. But he decided not to show this to anyone and said that it was not him who was abandoned, but he who abandoned him. But still, the guy was glad that at least the audience supported him. A little further along the river, the hero noticed a floating raft with military men on it. He didn't know whether to trust them, so he hid in the bushes nearby. From their conversations, he realized that these people deliberately blew up bridges and blocked roads. This turned out to be the same Division 7.5 that constantly put a spoke in their wheels. Suddenly, one of the military men grabbed a weapon and opened it on his feet in the boat. He noticed some movement on the shore and thought that someone was hiding there, but it turned out to be just a harmless, dark mongrel dog. The guys were convinced that the bridge was destroyed and were about to swim back. But suddenly the water beneath them began to boil and shake and waves rose. The soldiers were attacked by a vine. It pierced one of the guys right in the middle of the chest. Jongso did not expect to meet them here because they had long since crossed the border of their domain. The guy turned his head and saw a huge tree monster, a thralty, nearby. But he was not ordinary, so the hero asked his viewers for their opinions. They replied that this is a zombie tree. The thralty turns into them if it swallows too many zombies. Now this monster was several times scarier and harder to pass. He attacked the military, they fired back, and the hero had to hide from the bullets that were flying in all directions. One of the soldiers was thrown from the boat directly onto the shore not far from the hero. He immediately set his sights on the weapon, which the dead man no longer needed. But the hero could closely observe what happens when the monster sucks out life. The guy was amazed at such strength, because this was far from an ordinary opponent. The last surviving soldier was left on the boat, trying to start the engine. The guy hoped to escape before he became fertilizer for a huge, strange tree. But the thralty was not going to let him go just like that. He continued to attack. Suddenly, something disappeared in front of him and attracted the military man's attention. He removed his hands from his face. A stranger stood on the shore and chopped down tree branches with an axe, helping the soldier. The hero replied that he did anyway. He had already been noticed, so we need to deal with him. The guy began to scream loudly and attract the monster's attention and turned on the provocation skill. Thralty fell for this and tried to approach the hero, but only fell off the fence. He stumbled and fell straight into the water, where he was caught by a strong current. The hero stood on the shore and watched as the tree monster was carried away into the distance. After that, the guy picked up a weapon and wanted to finish off the thralty. He fired 2 shots at it at once, hoping to quickly finish off the monster. But he floundered too much in the water, and it was more difficult to hit him because of this. The soldier on the boat decided to take advantage of the situation and try to escape. But the hero turned to him and ordered him to swim to him as quickly as possible. The guy did not want to listen to the stranger, but a bullet near his head made him change his mind. Jongso pointed the weapon at the soldier and ordered him to swim where he was told if he did not want to die. A little later, Spurs got hold of dry clothes and changed into them so as not to get sick. He was getting dressed and at the same time interrogating a military man whom he had captured a little earlier. The hero tied the guy to a pole and asked him questions that interested him. Jongso said that even in his uniform without signs, he recognized him as a soldier of the 7.5 Division. The guy decided to use his new skill and find out everything about this military man. Viewers gave him a few hints, but they were mostly useless. Someone even joked that they and the main character have something in common. But the guy said that it was useless to compare him, if only because he had a very beautiful face. Jongso noticed that the military man did not even have a nameplate, only a very menacing face. All this time, the soldier did not say anything useful to him, he just looked impudently. The hero was tired of this, so he simply poked 2 fingers into both eyes of the soldier. The guy was upset that he was being treated this way and even cried a little. But the hero did not intend to wait forever. He pointed the barrel of a weapon at the soldier and began to repeat his questions. First of all, he was interested in why the military blew up bridges. The guy was still silent, so Jongso shot him in the leg to get him to talk. Then immediately a second one to show that he wasn't kidding when he said the games were over. After that, the hero hit the soldier in the shoulder. Only then did he begin to say something. Jungseo said that if a guy doesn't want to get shot, he should answer questions. He was interested in why the roads were blocked after the radio charges were announced. The soldier didn't want any more pain, so he said that this was all the tricks of Division 7.5. But the hero already knew this, so he prepared to shoot again. The guy took aim but did not pull the trigger but simply shouted, which still made the military man flinch. With a smile on his face, Jungseo noted that this was his last warning, and he didn't care at all what some soldier might think about him. The hero suggested that they didn't need too many people, so they blew up the bridge. But from the angry face of the military man, he realized that this theory was not entirely correct. Then the hero decided to use a different tactic and named the password that the mayor gave him at the station. The private couldn't believe that such a strange guy knew the code word. But the hero pretended to know the password because he was the right person. The hero said that he tried to pass because he had to deal with high-ranking people. But everything went awry because of someone's mistake, so he was not fully aware of the matter. The soldier noticed that his actions only complicated everything anyway. After this, the hero decided to go on a rampage and said that he was a mercenary, a military agent. Fighting is already part of him. He is used to expressing his anger through battles, especially if he is treated poorly. For some reason, this incoherent nonsense was able to convince the soldier that this was a real useful person. The hero promised to take the military man with him if he told him everything he knew. He did not put pressure on the guy. On the contrary, he said that the choice was only his. The 7.5 Division is a relief organization operating during periods of national emergency. The main mission was to gather useful people and with them restore the collapsed society. The hero was somewhat shocked by this nonsense that he went out of character for a second. But he pulled himself together and returned to his role as a useful mercenary. After school, I tried to ask where the troops came from and where they were going. But the soldier said that it would be very difficult to explain this to him. In any case, the hero came to the conclusion that Jeju Island was not safe. Although he remembered that it was strange that such information about the radio in the room was not from a taxi company. Then someone persistently advised us to flee the city and move towards the island. The soldier said that they were all going to the airport and from there to a safe place. Yonso was very surprised because he had never seen such a direction anywhere before. The soldier noticed that he needed first aid or something like that. The hero was thinking whether he should save this guy now or leave him here. The military man asked him to untie him and said that there would be no more boats. They would have to make the raft themselves. Jongso decided to ask the guy one last question about whether they were still waiting for someone useful. The private said that they were a small number of civilians, so they blew up the bridges so that unnecessary people would not come to them. Jongso just laughed at the fact that some military men were going to control everyone. Gathering a small group of people in one place to make it easier to control them was a good idea. Avoiding chaos is important, but blowing up bridges was too much. With a terrible expression on his face, the hero said that this was destruction, not salvation. The soldier noticed that they were ready to lay down their lives for their country and people. With this, he wildly enraged the main character, who saw all the horror that was happening on the streets. He realized that the military man was clearly crazy and obsessed with something, since he sacredly believed in his truth. The hero stated that he had finished his conversation and was ready to move on. He usually doesn't leave people in trouble, but the military was the first to abandon him, so today it's possible. The guy just saw another zombie passing by them on the street. The hero easily walked up to the front door and opened it wide. He approached the soldier and said that all this was for him for his comrades. After that, Jongseo calmly went outside and went in his direction, leaving the door open. The guy stood near the river and thought how he could swim across it. It seemed like there were no monsters visible nearby, but we had to always be on guard. The guy decided to rummage around in the store for now. The first thing he found there was a rope. One of the spectators advised him to look for a duck boat there. It cost only 2 prices and looked like an inflatable ring in the shape of a flamingo. Jongseo was a little disappointed with the limited selection in the game store. The guy had not yet paid off his debt for the axe, so he believed that such a trifle should be given away for free. Immediately he received mountains of donations from dear viewers. But they noticed that it was mostly done by the same observer. Apparently he intended to become a special-level sponsor for our hero. Yonzo didn't want to milk the goose with the golden eggs ahead of time, but he remembered it. Suddenly, the chat exploded again with messages about danger from behind. Jongseo turned around and saw the monster that had swam downstream coming out of the water, and the provocation skill immediately worked on him, attracting him to the player. The guy did not expect such a setup, so he immediately rushed to run away. The monster was too fast to simply run away from. Tactics were needed. The hero turned sharply to the right, ran into the building, and began to climb the stairs. He climbed higher and looked out the window. The monster was trying to find its victim. Then the hero rose even higher and went out onto the roof of the building and approached the edge. He stood on the parapet and carefully looked down. The tree stood under him. The hero was not going to let his enemy go so easily. He opened the nurse's suitcase. From it, he took out a can of canned tuna and opened it. The guy quickly ate all the contents so that the jar remained empty. Then he swung it and threw it straight at the monster to attract its attention again. Immediately after this, the hero took a couple of steps back and accelerated well. Zhongzhao pushed off from the parapet on the roof of the building and jumped down, intending to finish off the monster once and for all.